Yeah. Now, good morning. Now we are starting our broadcast, our final seminar. Have started some minutes ago. So we start the agenda for the entire day. So welcome to the final seminar, Embrace the Final Seminar. To start uh, our our agenda, moving forward, I would like to present our daily agenda. What we will do. This morning, we will have two different panels discussing the future of learning right after the opening talk from Mr. Johanna from the Consulate of Finland, São Paulo, and introduction to Embrace the Project by our General Project Manager, Maria Laurikainen. Now, I'd like to invite Mr. Johanna Kivimaki, Counselor of Higher Education and Science at the Consulate of Finland, São Paulo, to share a few words with us.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Bon dia, buenos dias. First, I must say that I'm a little bit touched after the video, and I want to share my condolences for all of you who have lost a colleague and a friend. I think we could all feel the kind of lost through this moment. But yeah, I'm trying to get myself together here. So, ladies and gentlemen, señoras y señoras, thank you for the introduction. So I'm Johanna Kivimäki, the Counselor of Higher Education and Science in the Consulate of Finland. I also represent the Ministry of Education and Culture of Finland. And I am very happy to be with you all here today. It is always a pleasure to have our higher education institutions visiting Sao Paulo, my current hometown. And I am really honored to have this opportunity to give a few words to open the event. So thank you so much for the invitation. As by the Embrace project, we are celebrating today the European Latin American connection. I think it's proper to highlight the increasing mutual interest in academic collaboration between the two regions, and also between Finland and Latin America. Last September, the first over ministerial level meeting was organized on bi-regional research and innovation partnership between the European Union and or EU and the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, or CELAC. And in this meeting, the ministers approved a new agenda for EU-CELAC cooperation on research and innovation. In this agenda, they describe the joint strategic areas and the themes for collaboration. And these themes include now climate change, environmental sustainability and energy transition, health, and AI for science. And we are expecting really that this dialogue develops into concrete future research funding opportunities between the regions. On the other hand, and maybe more importantly today, Erasmus+, the European program that has also co-funded the Embrace project, has offered and continues to offer invaluable support for higher education cooperation between the two regions. And Erasmus+ is indeed one of the European Union's most successful and visible programs. And it really strengthens European and global cooperation through education, skills, and people-to-people connections. The program has really transformed international mobility from an elite opportunity into a mainstream part of education, and that's remarkable, enabling millions of students, teachers, and experts to gain international experiences. For instance, for Finland, since 1992, more than 300,000 Finns have taken part in Erasmus+. And through that, building skills, networks, meaningful connections and experiences, as well as European and global understanding. And that's really a key here to create this global community. While Erasmus+ is mostly known for the kind of strengthening of European cooperation, we all know that it has also become an increasingly important global platform. It enables to create meaningful partnerships far beyond Europe and really including strong and growing collaboration with Latin America that we can witness here today as well. And for instance, already in 2021, I don't have the more recent statistics that I tried to dig into, but there were already, in 2021, there were more than 11,000 individuals that had participated in Erasmus Plus global mobility between Europe and Latin America. That's a lot of people. And yes, looking at the program, it supports shared European values, such as inclusion, sustainability, democracy, and equal access to education, values that are also important to our partners in Latin America. And yes, we know well that Erasmus Plus strengthens not only individual skills, but also institutional capacities by encouraging innovation, curriculum development, and long-term partnerships between education institutions. And increasingly, the program also promotes digital learning and new skills, future skills that we will need, helping education systems to respond to global challenges. And I believe this seems to be the case also for Embrace project. And then a bit about Finland and Finland's collaboration with Latin America. What comes to the volume of application, the Latin America has been really among the most popular partner regions, also in Erasmus Plus for Finland, in the global instruments. And Finnish universities or higher education institutions have received funding for more than 30 global mobility projects or partnerships with Latin America universities and for 5 capacity building projects. And these projects and partnerships are still ongoing today mostly. All in all, actually Finnish higher education institutions partnerships with Latin American universities have been increasing quite a lot recently, according to our last year's mapping, by 40% in the last 3 years. That's also quite a significant increase. This is looking at agreements, bilateral agreements between universities or higher education institutions, and not only Erasmus Plus. But and maybe one reason also is that in addition to being a popular partner in Erasmus Plus, Latin America has also attracted the largest number of applications year after year, also in our national initiative for higher education cooperation, called Team Finland Knowledge Program. You may have already heard a little bit about that as well. It's a funding program by the Finnish National Agency for Education. And in the last call, partnerships and applications with Latin American partners accounted for nearly 1/3 of all proposals globally. So this is really a clear sign of strong mutual interest for cooperation. And talking about funding, I'll take a short sidetrack in my speech to promote this year's Team Finland Knowledge Program call that is currently open until the 27th of April. And it offers funding for educational and mobility cooperation projects between Finnish and Latin America and also other global higher education institutions. And this is for all levels of higher education and open to all disciplines. You can ask more information if you're interested afterwards. But now back to track to Erasmus Plus, just to finish my speech. Finland has indeed performed really strongly in Erasmus Plus, being a net beneficiary with high participation and impactful cooperation across the different education sectors. And we hope to continue that also in the future. And talking about the future, currently the preparations for the new Erasmus Plus program are period starting from 2028 onwards are ongoing, and the goal is really clear. It is to make Erasmus Plus opportunities accessible to even more participants and institutions. And Finland aims to remain an active and successful contributor to the program's future development as well. We really believe that every Erasmus Plus project creates added value, and not only for the participants and the institutions, but for the whole European and global community. And yeah, thank you for listening. I wish you all a very interesting seminar and fruitful discussions and meaningful encounters today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Johanna Kivimäki. Next, please welcome my long-term partner and the Senior Advisor of Global Education Development and Research at the HANC, Ms. Maria Laurikainen.
Okay, good morning, bon dia, buenos dias a todos. Very nice to have you here in our final seminar. Happy to see the partner faces, but also some external participants. Very welcome to listen to our results of this 3-year adventure with our partners. So I am the project manager of Embrace, and as my old friend Damione mentioned, I work at Häme University of Applied Sciences in Finland, where I work with this global educational development and research through different kinds of projects such as Embrace here today. And on this map you can see our consortium. We as HAMC, we are the coordinator of the project. And then we have also Instituto Politécnico Bragança from Portugal as another European partner. And then we have 3 institutions from Brazil, Instituto Federal São Paulo, who is hosting this final seminar. And then also Instituto Federal de Espírito Santo. And then Federal University of ABC. And then we have 2 partners from Colombia, Technical University of Pereira, and then Areandina University. So this is our consortium, and I have to say that Damione was mentioning about better makers and that we all need to embrace our role as innovators and developers of education, and I really think that change begins, of course, from the persons, from individuals. And I have been very happy to work as a project manager in Embrace because I have a wonderful group of individual change makers in this project, and all the partners have been very engaged, and they have contributed a lot, even a lot extra than what has been expected in the project. So my work has been very easy, to be honest. So I'm very happy of our consortium, and I hope that we can continue collaborating, and thank you for all for your hard work. In Embrace, we have had 3 main objectives. And I think the first objective has probably been the most important one, and it is related to teachers' digital competence development. So we have tried to design deliverables that help teachers to design, implement, and assess learning processes and students' learning using digital tools in a pedagogically meaningful way. So not just about the tools and the technology, but how to use it in different phases of learning process, in different purposes for learning, so that we can support our students' learning outcomes the most suitable and effective way. And the second objective is, of course, very important as well, because we need, in order to have these changes in classroom practices, we need the support from the institutional managers. So they have to be on board of having teachers developing their own work, their own practices with their students. And we have offered managers different kinds of study visits, thematic workshops, so that they understand what the change requires from them and how can they lead this pedagogical change in their own institutions. And then thirdly, the one important aspect in developing higher education is, of course, the relevance of education itself. So we need to have different ways of collaborating with the world of work and the society, so that our programs and our graduate profiles match the needs of the companies and industries and also that they can take actively part in our educational processes, curriculum development, and different kinds of projects that the students and teachers, researchers, and companies can do together. And here are some main results we have produced during these 3 years. As I mentioned, the teachers' capacitation was one of the biggest, or let's say the other biggest thing that we have been developing in the project. We had a cascading model for teacher training. It means that we had 25 teachers in the first phase of training, 5 teachers from each Latin American institution. And this group of teachers were provided with intensive online training for 3 to 4 months. And they were also developing different things in their institution while they are in this process of training. And also, as a part of this training, they created these 3 pedagogical MOOCs that have been produced in the project, which are dealing with digital competence development of teachers, active methodologies, and also these kind of professional competencies in relation to the collaboration with the world of work that teachers need. And the second phase of the training was targeted to a little bit larger group of teachers. We had approximately 75 teachers. It could be, the number could be a little bit higher as well. It was a kind of an average number of teachers involved. And they piloted the MOOCs, so they studied all 3 MOOCs and gave their feedback so that we could improve the final versions of the MOOCs. And then they also received support and training and reflective sessions with these 25 teachers from the first phase of training. And the idea is that this bigger group of teachers will become tutors, digital mentors for their colleagues in their own institutions and campuses. And then in addition to the digital teacher development of the teachers' digital competencies, we also created this guidelines book, which is describing multilateral frameworks for teachers' digital competence development, such as from EU DigiComp Edu, for example, or the framework from UNICEF or UNESCO. So all of these were benchmarked for the publication, and based on these, a summary of one framework that is fit for the embrace context was created. And then also the publication has descriptions from the Latin American partners of their current situation in digitalization of education in their institutions, what kind of practices they already have, and also how they are currently developing their teachers' competencies. And also some insights to the future, what kind of development needs to take place in the future. And then the second big part of the project has been this collaboration between academia and industry or world of work. And in this part, our partners have been developing their own learning and innovation ecosystems, developing the existing ecosystems, and also kind of trying to illustrate the systems in a form of some sort of image that kind of clarifies the processes and the interlinkages between different actions and different actors. And based on this work, we will have a publication coming up in March still, which is collecting all these 7 ecosystems in one publication with their descriptions. And in addition to these ecosystems, the partners have also piloted different kinds of concrete models for collaboration between their institutions and the world of work. So there are 7 different examples how you can involve student teachers, researchers, and representatives of world of work in different activities, and how to implement these kind of models and what was successful, and also some lessons learned for others to learn from. Okay, so this was a very brief introduction of what Embrace is essentially. You can find more information about our results on our website. And also, we just launched a series of podcasts, and you can go and listen to them as well. They are dealing with different aspects of the project as well. So interesting listenings to all of you as well. And of course, you can be in contact directly to any of the partner representatives if you want to know more, or if you are interested in collaborating in the future in another project. So we are very, very welcoming those kind of ideas as well. But thank you from my part.
Thank you, Maria. I'm personally suspect to say something about anything about the podcast because, yeah, but we released it just yesterday, the whole episode. Oh, it's a series of 7 episodes, very, very interesting. That says about the background, what happened, the backstage. Sorry, what happened in the backstage of Embrace, and the role of each one and each institution on the guest. So I would like to thank you, everyone, that we recorded this podcast. It is amazing, amazing podcast. Again, I am suspect, but it's very good. For now, to begin discussion and a reflection on the future of learning, we will now have a panel titled Shape the Future of Learning, Educators at the Heart of Digital Change, moderated by Mr. Maria Laurikainen. So I'm here again.
Okay, I'm glad I had some sip of water in the meantime. Okay, let's go. So this first panel is really focusing on the digital things. So this is answering to that one, the first bigger entity in the project that we have been working on. And this is an illustration I created with the help of our friend AI. Thinking about the challenges related to digitalization in higher education and how it, what kind of changes it kind of causes in the work of teachers and other higher education staff members as well. What needs to be changed and how we need to look at education perhaps a little bit from the different perspective. So what was the result of my discussion with AI were these 9 different kind of highlighted topics. First of all, lack of readiness, and this is related to, for example, institutions that do not have a clear strategy for digitalization or clear or efficient governance for digitalization. And then, of course, the skills gaps that our teachers have, how ready they are to use digital pedagogy and use different kinds of tools in their teaching and learning processes. And then, of course, we have the digital divide still. Not all of us have a similar kind of access to digital tools in different parts of the world. And then the pedagogical models. So when we incorporate different kinds of digital tools, and especially now with the AI, we need to think about the learning processes and pedagogical models differently, because it changes how the learning should happen, and teachers need to make different kinds of choices in the learning process. And then workforce alignment, meaning that the curriculum is matching the needs of the world of work and what kind of requirements they have for the employees. And then, of course, somehow related to the digital divide as well, uneven infrastructure we still have regarding to network capacity, hardware, connectivity, and so forth. And then resistance to change. This is a normal phenomena in any kind of change. So how do we deal with teachers who are not willing to digitalize their processes? How can we get them on board? And also students, of course. Data privacy concerns. How do we tackle? How do we make sure that the use of digital tools is safe, and cyber security issues and so forth? And then students' expectations related to, for example, personalized learning, digital services, so that they can create their own kinds of learning pathways and learn when they want to learn. So they need to have different kinds of choices to manage their learning as well. And these red arrows show the elements of these different topics that we have somehow covered during the Embrace project. So we have had the processes with the managers regarding the readiness for digitalization, and also we have developed teachers' digital skills, help them to create new kinds of learning processes, pedagogical models with their students. And in that sense, we have also tackled the resistance, because we have now a bigger group of teachers that we have trained in the project in each of the institutions who can help their colleagues and make them more comfortable with using different kinds of digital tools. And then also data privacy issues we have been covering also in our MOOCs as a content, but also in other kinds of discussions as well. So this was a short orientation of the panel discussion that we are going to have. And let me introduce our panelists, and I would like to ask you to come to the front. So first of all, we have Jorge Mario Medina Morales from Argentina. And then we have Vanessa Patestin from MIFES. And Carolina Correa de Carvalho from UFAPC. And then Ruth Andrea Martin Bedoya, UTP. Birthday? Oh, happy birthday, Andrea. And then we have Lisa Postarev from HAMK. And Damione, Damito, please. I will come here so that you are not looking at my backside. Okay, so welcome to our panelists. I think since we are a little bit running behind the time, so we will go straight to the business. So we can take the first question, please. So the first topic for discussion is how can teachers' digital pedagogical competencies be developed effectively? And just to have a few examples what we have done in the project. So we have, of course, had the MOOCs to develop this training of teachers' digital competencies, and we have the tutors and their institutional role as mentors for their colleagues. But I would like to open the discussion, and Damione, do you want to start?
Okay. First of all, I would like to be clear and very honest about what I am talking to my partners in my institution and what I see around another schools that I was invited to make some conference or something like that. Sometimes I'm very aware and very attentive to the feeling of the teachers. Here in our context, the teachers used to be very stressful, very concerned with their obligations. They feel that they are very bureaucratic, and sometimes when to have such good innovation, they feel overwhelmed. They feel too much. They feel like, oh, just another thing to learn. So maybe like managers and the teachers that used to talk with another teachers to make some course or something like that, we need to be human and to talk them to be more good with themselves. But at the same time, we need to motivate them to change, to keep studying and something like that. So before to start to talk and the barrier to know the new technologies, maybe we need to take care about the emotional things, you know. I know we are talking about the technology and how technology can foster the innovation in education, but we are still humans and we like and to talk with humans. So I think this is a good open for this discussion. I have, of course, another point, but I have a wonderful specialist here, so I will talk in a bit.
Since you mentioned this, we are all humans and emotions. I'm looking at Lisa because you are researching teachers and students' well-being, and do you have some sort of response to Damione, how you can meet these teachers who are not ready for the change, who are a little bit uncomfortable with the change? So how can you motivate them?
Yes, thank you. Very important question. And I think that in this kind of transformation, when we try to teach teachers to adopt the digital tools, it's really important to pay attention also to the emotional part and how we can support teachers in this. Of course, there are many ways, but one important is to create a kind of psychologically safe environment for them to learn to use these digital tools. And I would say that the other thing is that they would need to understand why they are using these digital tools. And And that brings us to the question of student learning. So it's really important for the teachers to understand that how the use of the digital tools influences student learning processes and how it also feels from the student side to start using these digital tools. So it might be kind of a new and a bit kind of overwhelming situation to both parties. So I would highlight the role of understanding the student learning process. And when the teachers see that, okay, when I'm using these digital tools, it really enhances the student learning. They can understand something better or differently. So then it brings the teachers the feeling that I'm doing something right and this makes sense. So kind of for the teachers to be aware of what happens in the students when they start using these tools. And also that they would have the skill to select which tools fit into different learning environments and contexts. So not just to pick randomly a digital tool and start using it, but really to consider that how it fits into teaching these specific learning objectives that I have, and how it enhances students' kind of capability in then reaching those learning objectives. So I would say that this is very important.
Thank you, Lisa. I was wondering, do you others have example, for example, this to the teachers work that they have done in your institution? Has it helped to kind of overcome these kind of situations with teachers who are not familiar with digital tools and things?
Yes, in our office, we from almost 15 years, we are working with this topic. We are training teachers for the use of technology. How is better, or how is the technology? How what is the tool that the students need, the teachers need in the classroom to use with the students? We have different situations and different situations in Colombia, because in more of the 50% of the country, we don't have internet connection. And it's difficult to get there. And they ask, what happened with the internet? And it's difficult. We have the geographic, is too hard to get there. But stay here with the MOOC was a challenge for us, because we are thinking in the teacher that have to use the technology, thinking in the student, and the student now is asking for more, asking for more talent, for more skills. And there are many teachers that they don't want to learn more. They are exhausting. They have more tasks to do every day. And this is another task. And how this can help them to do the work with the students. I think this is important to understand the MOOC too.
I'm looking at Carolina because we have been writing an article about professional learning communities. And I was thinking about what Lisa said about the psychological safe environment to experiment with new things. So Carolina, would you have some insights how this professional learning community could help in this kind of situation?
Yes, thank you, Mari, very much. I think that this project was very clear for me that each university here have a level of development when it comes to teaching and learning. But even though everyone have a different level, we're in the same boat. We have the same challenge. And one thing that was very important here, and I think it's important also for other institutions, is this learning community. So I think that before the Embrace, I've learned this by myself. And I think all the teachers that has involved in this Embrace project understand the power of the learning community. So we know that teachers have a lot of texts in their life, and also the research is very valued when it comes to Brazil, and I think the other institutions as well. And I think the manager play an important role when it comes to institution transformation. But even though teachers have to be brave and courage and use your classroom as a research. So try to use different kind of tools. It's not need use a lot of tools. One tool, it's important, and you can give one step at a time. Do research. Ask your student if it's working or not. And also share with peers. We have learned that share with peers is very important because we sometimes get frustrated with the experience, and sometimes we get frustrated as also with students. And we also try to improve our learning and teaching. So I think share is a very important topic, if I would to give a suggestion. And then you can learn by peers as well. So sharing the experience, you can learn different tools, you can learn different design of learning. Each teacher have your own subject, so it's free to create your own experience. So I think in this way, and think as a community share, and also give a space and moments so that we can meet each others and share internal and external is a very important tool so that we can go with transformation. Even though we know that teachers sometimes go to this way that sometimes is very lonely, I think manager also play an important role when it comes to institution transformation. So just leaving them alone by themselves is not enough. So be aware of this role can be a very important tool to develop the development. So we have to encourage them, but we have to do more than that. We have to support in them. We have used here Embrace the MOOCs. So we have 3 MOOCs, but we have a lot of different ways to support teachers. And also then their support, they can go through professional development. And after that, one thing is very important for me. That was a very thing that I learned here in Embrace. To sustain this transformation, we have to value students. So there are many ways to recognize them, giving prize or even giving certificates so that they can put in their planned career. So we really need to recognize their effort. And this will be my advisor for manager, but also I think anyone can start right now. And now we are like Embrace projects, but now we are open for others communities. So we would like very much to get in contact with others institutions and come and go bigger with this learning community, because really empower and can help the teacher duties.
Thank you, Carolina. Let's continue about the MOOCs, and I think there is an element of this peer sharing there as well. So Vanessa, you were, or IFES was coordinating the construction of the MOOC, so can you provide your insights?
Okay. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be with you, my friends, even with my limited English. I brought some numbers to help us to understand the impact of MOOCs in the formation, because for me, it's not possible to think and develop the digital and pedagogical competence without thinking in formation, in training. It's necessary. And I give you the example from IFES, my institution, in the Embrace project in the formation process. We have 43 teachers of our institutions that took our course, our MOOCs, and the entire course. And I think the half of them finished the formation. So around 20 teachers. But when we look to the MOOCs, in the first MOOC, we have almost 600 participants. The second one, almost 2,000. The third one, 700. So in the total, plus than 3,000. So with the MOOCs, we can achieve much more people around the world, not only inside our institutions. But as Carolina said, the MOOCs by themselves are not sufficient. We need other types of structure in our institutions to support the teachers, to help the teachers in this process, not only to learn new technologies and new ways to teach, but to support daily, not only in this formation period, but daily. At IFES, you have the C4, that's the place where Marisa and I work, that helps the institution this way. But of course, we are a limited group of teachers and staff to do that. So some years ago, we created in our institution another type of structure called NTE, that is Educational Technology Center, that is local in each campuses. IFES is a small state, but we have 25 campuses. And in each of these 25 campuses, we have an NTE. So C4 support these NTEs, and locally each NTEs support the teachers daily when they need to change their practices, to change, they use another technology to test them with their students. So they have these people. Of course, it's not, oh, it's great, to work very well. In some campus, it works well. In other campuses, we have many difficulties related to the workload of the teachers, because the best teachers never have time. They are ever busy. So, of course, it's a challenge for us, but it was a way that we find. For example, with the results of Embrace project, to broadcast in our institute, to can replicate it in each campuses. We choose to course the Embrace formation at least one person of each campuses to can broadcast it internally.
Thank you, Vanessa. And Jorge, you are very technically savvy person, so thinking about your colleagues who are not so good at tools, digital tools, so what kind of encouragement you would give your colleagues?
Yes, good morning. I'm going to science my field. Excuse me for my English isn't that good. But how say I say, Marja, my profile is more technical, so I think the teachers could be guides guides in the process. Because in the mocks, there are knowledge, information, but if you don't have practice, if you don't carrying that information, that knowledge to the classroom, the process is fail. Because you need the teachers practice and develop their own methodologies, their own experiences, their own process with the students, because that is the goal. That is the final objective of this project. So I think, for answer the question, we are the guides and the support. I think the keyword in this discussion is support of all of teachers of our own institutions to achieve the final goal, to teach to the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. That was a good bridge to the next question. So, Paolo, please. Okay, so this is about how the educators should change their practices, their pedagogical models to align with these advance in digital tools and adaptive learning systems. So also what we have been discussing in the project is how this digital transformation changes the role of teachers even more towards being facilitators of the learning and engaging the students more in the learning process, and also, of course, when thinking about digital tools and AI currently, so we need to think about these issues with ethics and safe use of these tools and data protection issues. So what would you say, like how the educators could start thinking about the processes differently and shaping their teaching and learning to align with these new kinds of tools and possibilities? Well, Lisa, do you want to start?
Okay, thank you. The mic was in my hand, so it's easy to continue. Yeah. I would say that a key thing would be to consider that how the use of digital tools and overall the digitalization in education changes the teacher's role. So I would say that this would help the teachers also to kind of adapt to the situation. So I think it becomes increasingly important that the teachers are the kind of facilitators of learning, and that they support the kind of metacognitive processes of the students, so that they ensure that the students really think deeply. They consider the studied subjects from different perspectives, relate them, kind of deeply process the information. So I would say that it easily happens when we have now AI and other digital tools that students kind of get more far away from the kind of critical, reflective thinking if the teachers don't ensure that it's not possible to happen. So I would say that we really should kind of deeply understand how it changes the teachers' roles, and it's important for the teachers themselves to understand this, that it's kind of their responsibility to ensure that the high quality of learning remains, even though we have AI and other digital tools. So this is really critical in these times, I would say. If we could maybe ask some questions as teachers from ourselves, like, does the use of these digital tools promote active learning of the students, deep learning of the students, critical thinking, and so forth. And if the answer is no, then we should consider that what is then the role of the digital tools and how we could maybe use them differently in a way that they would really serve the student learning process.
Okay, Damiano, you continue.
Yeah. If you allow me, I intend to save money for my psychologist on this, and I will talk about boredom, and it gets me very, very worried. And I'd like to bring some data about very important research made by the International Work Organization in 2024. This research intend to understand what will happen with the job positions on the next 5 years, just 5 years, okay? Not too long, it's just 5 years. And this research was made by the 1,000 more, the biggest company in the world. This company represents more than 1,100 million job positions, and are located in the 55 spaces in the world that represent about 85% of the internal product in the world. So it's, I mean, the sample is very, very significant. And this companies says that about 92 millions of positions will no longer exist in the 5 years, or will drastically change it. But at the same time, 170 millions of job positions will be created using AI. So what bothered me a lot is the school is nowadays discussing, we need or not need to discuss about AI in our class. It doesn't make sense to discuss that. Because if we don't start right now to talk and to use the AI, which our students, and to teach them the right way to use that. I mean, not to outsource the thought, not to outsource their whole role in our job. We will prepare students for the world of work that not will be exist more. So it's very important to pay attention, to put a zoom out in this subject. Sometimes in the school, we sorry for think like that, but sometimes the school works has a bunker against the innovation. Sometimes the school intended to know it's just a hype. It's not a solid thing, but I think so. Our school, the role of a school is, oh, really? It's just a hype. Maybe we needed to look closer, and maybe to structure and to give some changes and to increase, to make the increase of the innovation, or maybe a radical innovation with that. So it's my point.
Okay. We start a strategy that Jorge is the other manager. But Jorge, because of Embrace Project, he wants to improve in the office the use of AI, and he challenged us in the office to teach how to use the AI in the classroom. And we start with the postgraduate students in elective. And we are in this month, we are working with another postgraduate group of students. But when we start, we say that we want to work with a peer, with the a teacher that is expert in the topic, and we are expert in AI. We support that we can work together and use the AI in the classroom, but with the expert, the teacher, like a support, like the teacher can feel like it's not more work for him. We are support the class. At the beginning, this can be possible. Teacher is scarce, and we have to support alone the classes. But we start with the students. The students are postgraduate. They are working in different companies, but these companies have groups of investigation, of research, or they have they are working with the UTP. Yes, they some relationships. Some is Frisbee. Frisbee is a food company, but we had 2 students, and they did an interesting research in the companies, because they start with the feeling analysis of feelings. I don't know what is the term. But they discovered that in the company, they don't, the feelings are not taken account. And they did research in the company because of the class. And I think we discovered that the AA in a little application, it was important for them. And we try to apply the ethical, because it's not only use the AI or use the tools. It's important what is for. Is the use is correct, or if the AI is doing everything and I am not doing anything. The human is the last person that had the power of the decision. Yes, and that's it.
Thank you, Andrea. Well, I think nowadays we have a lot of challenge in the world when it comes to technology as well, and AI. It's a very topic that all teachers have been talking and discuss. Unfortunately, with ABC, we didn't have internal guidelines regarding that, but we know that students are using a lot, and teachers as well. And for sure, a guideline would be very important to ensure that they use with ethical, and also we can be motivated to try to use your discipline as well, and understand what it's working, what are the limitations, what is the power of AI technology as well. By myself, I have experienced a lot in my disciplines, and I will give you one example. I think every teacher have the freedom to use, to design, and also to pick technology that can use and work in your own field. My field is management engineer, and the discipline that I have used AI and also technology is the research operation. We also work with mathematical model to optimization process. And of course, technology comes and we have to learn very quickly. And we have a trick situation because sometimes students know more technology than teachers. And what I have done is that I can learn from them and with them. And also, for me, the majority of my students already work. So they have their own challenge in work, and they have used technology. So with this new rule about the teacher play as a facilitator, I have just encourage them to use. So we learn together the topic that we are learning, but also I encourage them to pick which AI they want to play and also technology so that we can research in our class. So we already have the technology that we use in operational research, but one thing that is coming very quickly is, for instance, Python. So we solve our problem with the technology that we have been learning in articles and books as well, but also we have been trying the AI with Python. And of course, in some problems, didn't work at all. And this is a very good learning because they can learn what is the limitation about the AI and the technology. So this is the first learning that they have. And also they have learned that if you don't ask the good question for AI, in other words, if they don't know the knowledge and how to create a mathematical model, they will fail with AI as well. So this is very interesting. And then we come up also with some specific model that we have that is problem with transportation and routing vehicle. It works very well, Python with AI. So now, instead of use the normal tool that have been using, we are using Python with AI. And I'm very lucky. I'm very proud of my students. And one of them have applied in the enterprise that they have worked. So daily they have to plan the routing of the vehicles. So now they are using Python with AI, so they can spread for the staff they have. So we have a really important impact. So just an example that I didn't know to use Python, so now I'm learning with them. So they teach me how to use that, and we can use together. So if you take your class of research and you take also student as a teacher as well, we all can build this community. So when you talk about community, it's not just teacher, but it's teachers, students, institution staffs, and also the world of work that can be enterprise, industrial, society as well. So we can all work together and have a big impact and also understand how technology works and develop our digital competence as well and understand how we have work with what they have that is very strong and also the limitation.
Okay, talking about quick movements in the road. I have to talk again about the MOOCs. We need quick formation all the time, lifelong process. So it's very important for all teachers, but I think we have a big challenge in our universities because, you know, and I think everyone, we have a group of teachers that are willing to know other things and to take these courses and to try new things. And we are this group, but we have a great group in our institution that they aren't willing to do this type of things. They don't want to take this course. They don't want to try new things. And for me, it's the most important. As Carolina said before, as a teachers, we have to try new technologies, to try new methodologies, and act as researchers in the classroom, because it's not only use new things, because you can use one thing that will not work with your students. Maybe to work with her, but not to work with mine. So I have to act as a research. I have to plan my classes with the pedagogical use of the technology. I have to analyze the data. to, after that, think about if it's a good way or not, if I have to change, if I have completely changed to another technology. And now it's a challenge for us to try to convince our colleagues in our institutions to do that.
Okay, I think it's impossible to avoid the AI in the classroom. It's crazy to think that the students don't use that kind of tools. So I think we have as teachers to foster the critical thinking. Critical thinking since of a view of philosophy, since of a view, ethical, political view, to discriminate with the students if the AI is good, is bad, is so, I don't know. But it's impossible to escape from that world. It's crazy to think another thing. And the process of the models. So the part of the models, pedagogical models that we can't redesign, since my view, is the evaluation. So we think or to create or develop another process of evaluation and convince the students and the other person and the other teacher that the AI is only a tool and not all the answers is there. So yeah, the part of the design of the model of the teachers of the education in this era is the evaluation. For me, that is the more important, and convince the students that the world world is another thing that you can use the AI or whatever another digital tool only as a tool, no more.
Thank you. Maybe just to summarize some of the tips provided by the experts here, before we go to the final question quickly. What is sort of the condition needed to develop teachers' digital readiness is the safe environment for experimentations and learning about these new tools. Peer support, peer examples are very important. And these digital tools challenge the traditional teacher's role towards more like a facilitator of learning and learning together with your students. Ethical issues, focusing on critical thinking from the students' part in their choices of using these different digital tools and AI specifically. Of course, the teachers and institutions need some sort of internal guidelines for the use of these tools and for their data protection processes, for example. And then, of course, it's important that the teachers evaluate their own practices so that they can realize what works and what doesn't work and change their practices if needed. But we are running a little bit over time, so just a final question quickly. So how do you think, how can the digital transformation community within this Embrace project that we have created, how can it actively promote, support and encourage institutional transformation in higher education? Perhaps not only in your own institutions, but wider, for example, in Latin American context, what can others learn from this community? Just very, very shortly, at least, maybe some of you can answer. Yeah.
I already talked a lot of about this topic. Just to summarize, I think we have 5 institutions in Brace, and we have learned a lot, not just about education, but how to work in international context. We develop a lot of skills and competence as well. So I think that it's one of strategy to learn as a community. So I know that we have audience online in different kind of institutions as well. So I think you have to just start. Maybe your community could be your first peer, because sometimes we don't have this community, yes. But if you are from any institution here, or if you are from the world of work, just reach us. We have 7 universities here, and we can come with this community and make it bigger. So for us, I think it works a lot. And today we are talking about digital and paid transformation, and also about AI, but we don't know what comes next. And we know that we are in the same boat. We will face a lot of challenge ahead. I think the world will face. So as soon as we come with this community, I think we can grow together, we can share challenge, we can share frustration. So reach us. So be brave, and we can come up with a different project. We can come up to understand how we can work together.
Yes, I think that's the point is work together. If someone feels like doesn't need AI for the classroom, maybe that person doesn't know the powerful of the AI now. But when a student use the AI in the classroom, probably that teacher say, please don't use AI in classroom, because the teacher doesn't know the powerful that it could be for every person in that classroom. We notice that with the students, that it's not possible work alone. It's helpful work together. In the office, we are work together. We are doing groups for learning and for teaching. We have very different groups that we can teach for a specialized group, for lawyers, for administrative, for teachers, and we are learning together to how to teach how the use of these tools, different tools. For the students, for them, they want to learn how to research better, how to improve the research, how to believe in that they are reading, and how to debate information, not believe, but they can use the AI to debate the results, and how an option to believe or not to believe in that what they are found in the AI. And I think that is work together, it's not work alone.
Thank you. Just quickly, Lisa, from the research perspective, do you want to add something that hasn't been discussed already?
Yes, thank you. Very interesting discussion here going on. And maybe one thing that I would like to highlight, I haven't been involved in this Embrace project personally, but I think that in this kind of change and transformation that you have successfully put forward in this project, I think it's important to, of course, it's important to consider it as a kind of strategic change in institutions, but also as a cultural change. And I think we all have in our institutions certain kind of pedagogical culture. It might sometimes be a bit invisible, but we all have that. So it would be also important to recognize that what are the characteristics of our pedagogical culture, which typically consists of different values and norms and practices related to teaching and learning. And kind of we should also be ready to make an effort to change the culture when the learning environment changes. So we cannot expect that our teachers learn and change their practices if our institutions don't change and learn continuously. So it might be a kind of very demanding and long process sometimes if there are these discrepancies between what we try to advance and promote and what are the kind of values and norms in our cultures. So recognizing that this might sometimes be the barrier for the change, institutional change, and that might require a lot of time and patience from all of us. So that is, and that is also very visible in research that the pedagogical cultures play a very significant role in these kinds of educational change processes.
Thank you, Lisa. I think this was a nice closing for this very fruitful discussion. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so I want to thank all the panelists for your very valuable insights, and hopefully our external participants have also received some good ideas from this discussion. So thank you very much. And now I'm handing the mic to our MC, Damione.
Now I may change the hat. So thank you all for this so rich discussion. So I'd like to invite you all for a coffee break. And how I'm running the time, maybe 50 minutes. Yes, so I invite you then for a 15 minutes break for the coffee break. So we'll keep the broadcast in 50 minutes if you are watching us on the YouTube. But we need to be agreement. It's not Brazilian 50 minutes, okay? Okay. It's finished in 50 minutes, okay? Thank you. Itos.
integrated, our company integrated curricula. We will talk mainly about curricula development, and if we can go just in a very quick way, we all know that some universities, I think in the past, were very old-fashioned and closed. Okay, so we were in the kind of ivory tower. Okay, we decided we are very competent on doing things, on deciding things, on designing things, but the problem is somehow in our world we close ourselves and we don't contact and connect with the outside world and with the world of work. So this is a challenge that I think it goes through all the countries and to all higher education systems, and things like start thinking more about student skills rather than give only a diploma, and going through other methodologies by offering for the students immersive experience in the world of work. And I think we will talk a lot about it right now, how we can stop designing our curricula all alone and we start designing it with the stakeholders, with the outside world, with the students, etc., and going for this very nice new concept on work integrated learning, and also not only for the young students, but also to adult learners. That, of course, it's a challenge. And we know that typically the north of Europe are very well aligned on that already, but the south of Europe, Portugal, and maybe Latin America, there is still a huge lack on training adult people. Okay, so at least in Portugal, we are. This is a big challenge for us. So this is the. I think we can. Yes, the arrow. So we will talk about it, and mainly these three arrows that I think would be or went some important points in the Embrace project. Okay, so the things concerning how to link our programs, our curricula to employment outcomes, and how we can relate with the outside world, with the world of work. Okay, so how we can design with them our curricula and how we can expand to the concept of work integrated learning. We will have less than 1 hour. So I will present 4 questions, and I will present it right now, and then I invite people to come, and all of you will be free to talk a little bit about these 4 questions. So first question is how to find commonalities and possibilities for academia world of work collaboration. Second one, please, is how to motivate our teachers, researchers, and students to participate. Then third one, how to transform a university into a living lab where students, teachers, and local industries co-solve real-world challenges in real time. And I will ask your colleagues to talk about some examples that you explored during the project. And finally, how to ensure continuous real-time alignment between academia curricula and fast-changing labor market needs. So this is the challenge for all of you. So my guest will be, okay, please, I invite João Ricardo Santos from Federal ABC. Mónica Quintana from Ariandina. Fernando Naranjo, Ariandina. Hay un cambio. Ah, vale.
I'm just in support for Monica, my partner here from Ariandina, and right now is replacing me. The team Ariandina, Paula, come here. Yeah. Power of woman. Power of woman. Okay. Thank you, Luis.
Okay. Ulla Moilanen. Yes. Juliana Andrade do Espírito Santo. A nossa Inês Barbedo, Bragança. Ruth Martin Bedoya de Pereira, Tecnológica Pereira. E Rubens, de São Paulo. Aqui. So please, you can look back for the 4 questions, and I think we can start for what you like most, what you feel most important during the project. I can start right here. Rubens, please.
We're going to start with this one. Okay.
Whatever you like.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Luis, and everyone and my colleagues here. It's a nice pleasure to be here with you to discuss this. And in a way, we're going to try to summarize everything we've done for the last 3 to 5 years together. But I think this very first question, how to find commonalities and possibilities for academia world of work of collaboration, I was taking a few notes on that. And I think that one of the things I can say about myself, learned the best, was mapping the stakeholders and sectors and the interests. That was one of the very important things. And then after this mapping, I think cross-reference with critical skills and curriculum strengths and also curriculum gaps we need to work on. After these steps, we are going to identify the problems we have together, both the institution and also the stakeholder, and designing and working together to structure in ecosystems, maybe perhaps by means of workshops, so that we can create matrices. That's another very nice thing we learned together during this project, matrices related to urgency, impact, visibility, how convergences can be made visible and generate joint projects together and opportunities for the academia and also for our stakeholders. That's one of the things I can say about it. Thank you.
Okay. You can talk whatever you like, but just to going with some dynamics, Rubens was talking about the need of talking with the stakeholders. So one thing that generally happens is, let's say, a kind of difficulty to speak the same language. So did you already try it? Did you face these difficulties? So are the teachers talking a different language than stakeholders? And this is not only the fault of the teachers, okay? So just your understanding about this difficulty on speaking the same language. But of course, you can also address other topics.
No, I was thinking in Ruben says, in the UTP, we start to find how the UTP, what is the relationship between the industry and the university. And we encountered that we find that we have many offices and many faculties or programs that have their own strategy or their own form to have their relationship with the industry. We have, for example, in the university, a program that called Barranqueros. Barranqueros is for teach students how to be entrepreneurs. This is one office. Other office is, for example, the Faculty of Financial. And they have another program to connect with the industry and how to teach the student to be entrepreneur. We have many different strategies that they don't talk together. We think that we have to be the focus, that we can join these strategies to have to talk the same language. And if there is another language, or if there is a common language, we can talk together with in the same program, the same directions, because we don't have a centralized the office that can talk with the industry and the academy, or the research and the industry. We have to focus, because it's not commonly in the university. People don't know how to find these people, or try to do a new thing that is existing, and this is difficult for us.
This leads me to another question, but please
Okay.
look back to the other ones. And
Can I address anyone? Can I address anyone? Or the
yes,
first?
please.
Okay, I like so much this. It's a pleasure for me to be with us in the project. It's very, I developed me 4 months, because I learned so much with all the partners involved in the project. And when I think about this collaboration with the work of Word, I think really we really work with the integration of teaching, research, and extension, because sometimes this was in our documents of institutions, but really this doesn't happen. So when you work with this, I needed to work with integration all these areas, and it so happened so for us, because when you talk about this, we needed to be negotiation with the work of the world, because we needed to be, all the things that happen needed to be good for all the partners, not only good for the academic and not good only for the world of work. So we needed to think about the solving problems that will working really happen in the work of world. And when you think about this, the work of work bring to us the problem, and not only this problem, but investment too. And the academic has the methodology and researches, and students have all the things that new perspectives of the youth ages, and we need to work together. And in IFES, we have so many projects that work isolated with the areas, but it's possible to us expand this for all these. Especially, we have Marcelo that working with director of the Hub Innovation and IFES, and we have a special event day. How is the name of the event day? Qual foi o nome do projeto? Yes, but as the Polo de Inovação, qual foi o nome do evento especificamente? Foi com a Vale e com a? So we have 2 special events that happen in the context of the Embrace. That is, we work with very biggest in companies. There is Vale, another is Unimed, Vale Day and Unimed. So in this event, the company is came and present different problems that happen in this contest, and researchers and students was invited to listen about this, and we work together for solve this problem. And when this maybe projects can happen, and investment so is happen for us, and to work in this integration.
Okay. Ulla, please. You came from the leader of the project, okay, so in the north of Europe. So maybe you have some more experience on the concept of the curricular design. So besides all these topics, so I would like you to hear about some methodologies and experience that you have on how design curricula more close to the world of work.
That's a bit difficult question for me because I work with research. So I'm the director of our research unit, but I know that quite many of our learning modules or these courses, they are based on this design-based education model. So they're first the teachers contact companies so that we get like real life cases. The companies come and present some problem, and then students try to find some solutions to these problems in these multidisciplinary teams. So, and I was thinking about the motivation. So students, we don't need to motivate students in any way. They're very motivated when they can solve real world problems for the companies. So they feel that they do something actually useful, not just study mathematics, for example. But then from our research point of view, all of the research we do is applied research, and we work with companies. So we are used to that we contact companies always when we are trying to get new funding, because our funding agencies also require us to have the companies involved in this. And then we also sell our research services straight to these companies. So we work with companies in many different levels, and the whole hum from the rectors to all of the, like all levels are how do you say it in English? Well, they are engaged in this, that we need to have the companies involved.
Okay, thank you. Now to Colombia. So tell us about a little bit about your experience, so how you address during the project, if you learn a lot, and if you think that is a huge challenge for your institutions also to change and to go closer to this world of work.
Okay. I'm going to try to speak in English. If I can't, Paula, going to help me to translate. Okay. We have some projects that involve include the industry, community, and students and academic, and with the work together, we designed evaluate your necessities, and we try to design the solution for his topic, items. Bueno, trabajamos a través del diseño, una autoevaluación de la necesidad que tiene la industria, sea no solamente a nivel empresa, sino la necesidad que puede llegar a tener la comunidad. Las diferentes entidades hemos trabajado con una como Frailes, donde de acuerdo a sus necesidades se desarrolla o se ajusta el trabajo de los estudiantes con el fin de solucionar las diferentes temáticas. En ocasiones es difícil, digamos, con la industria por el tema de que son un poco cerrados, pero se ha hecho un trabajo muy amarrado también con los trabajos de los estudiantes, con el fin de integrar muchísimo más el currículo, las necesidades y que el estudiante que salga sea un estudiante que cubra las necesidades que tenga la industria. ¿Sí?
I'm going to try to be shorter. But she was telling that for Ariandina, it's very important to work with the enterprises and with the stakeholders. So it's like try to incorporate the work with the university and the stakeholders, because our students try to apply all the knowledge in those kind of spaces. So she gave us an example with one enterprise, Fraile. It's like a community in Pereira, exactly. So they try to work and apply all those kind of knowledge. It's something like Hamka said before, we try to implement both of the phases, and we try to work with the companies.
Okay, next guest. You came from the neuroscience area, so is there anything from your knowledge that can motivate teachers and students to go closer to the world of work?
Well, good morning, everyone. It's not an easy question. But actually, what I think is that the question is much deeper than it really seems, because somehow this is related with the role of the academia in, nowadays in the society. What people expect from academia and universities or research institutes. Well, I first came from Institute of Mathematics, and in this environment, honestly, we just thought that if you are, the smartest guy in the room, you will be successful, after university. And this is really false. Life is nothing like that. We really need these abilities of not only communication in terms of soft skills, but knowledge about the world, interdisciplinary knowledge in humanities, or even geography, how the world works. So I really think that in order for us to have a better cooperation with the world of work, this interdisciplinary basis of some disciplines actually can be very pragmatic, like how to run a business, which skills are important for one student outside the university, or how can we organize ourselves professionally. This is something that, at least from my point of view, is missing in the curricula. And if we really want to provide a more holistic background for our students to promote this cooperation with industry from many different areas, this is really necessary. Yeah. So it's not a question for neuroscience, perhaps more from philosophy, but well, sorry.
Okay, now Inês, so you came from Bragança, so you say whatever you want about the topic.
Okay. It was a great pleasure to work with all of you. I think that, and Carolina already said that, to work in community, it's so important to share with our peers, to be confident, to renew our skills, competencies. I think this is the most important thing. And Luis is talking about language. Language is difficult not only with companies or external stakeholders. When we work in multidisciplinary projects, sometimes we have difficulties to understand our colleagues or our students. How to find commonalities and possibilities, I think, is work together, sometimes with very small steps in some informal meetings with someone we are confident or to invite to do something. And step by step, we can start working more formally, inviting companies and do hackathons or a day, as if did with Val, is a big company, or try to engage different stakeholders to have a master, as in Ariandina. We need to work all the time, and every event are an opportunity to make connections and network. Okay, but we need to do. We need to know what we want. So I think that we can think the second. What motivates researchers, teachers, and students to participate? I am a teacher, and for me, to participate is empower everyone, also me, because when I work in this kind of challenge, in this kind of projects with the external stakeholders and my students, I learn from my students. Carolina already said that, because I teach for a long time, and now everything is changing so fast, all the digital tools and technology, and I need to learn from them. I'm not able to be always in the top of knowledge of the new technology. And I think that for me is to have a community to, because I'm curious, I need to know what happened in external world, because as a teacher, I don't, my role is not only to teach my field, mathematics, everyone talks about mathematics, but I need to understand how the companies or the community works, and understand how can I contribute to that, and how my students can contribute. Yesterday, we talked about regional development to help very small companies to be innovative. And I try to do that. And for students, they have access to companies in a different way that they didn't have if they are in school. And I think that students, when they have the opportunity to be approached inside the companies, I think they start feeling more confident. Their knowledge is important. They are not only doing exercise in the school. It's because Luis already said about immersive environments. To be in the company is very immersive. And about the study that Damian referred, we don't know what will be the professions in the future. So technical skills and theoretical knowledge is important, but we need to know how to work collaboratively, co-creating the future, to work with our peers and our students, external stakeholders, and to be confident with the uncertainty. It's because of that we work with challenge. When we work with challenge, we have a purpose, but we don't know what is the end, what is the solution. So we need to explore, to put some solutions in the table and analyze and discuss with everyone, students, stakeholders, external stakeholders, also researchers or technicals, and try to understand the problem in the context and take profit of the contribution of everyone. Everyone counts. And I have a student that is not a good student in my class. I teach mathematics. And I invited him to be in the event in Bragança, Innovation Week, something like that. And when he arrives at class again, I asked them, what did you learn? And he said to me, I learned that my opinions count. I have an opinion, I can contribute, and this is empowering people. So how to continue real-time alignment, I think is discussing and being present and get out of the academy. And I think that Sato already referred that what is the role of academy in the world, because I think that now we need to know theory, practical, technical things, but we need to understand empathy, how to communicate to different language, how to deal with uncertainty, how to work together with other people, because to work together is not easy. Everyone knows that, but it's very empowering. I don't know if I can contribute. So it was a pleasure to work with all of you, and I think that we learned those things. At the beginning, we are talking about the world of work, and when we start talking about this collaboration, sometimes we only consider industry and technological field, but we learn a lot how to do it in social, with the communities, and is not only with the technological or products or so on. We can do it in every field, also with the communities, and help the communities develop and help them with their needs. So I think this is important. And diversity, it was amazing, because with diversity we learn a lot.
Okay. So I think we already talked about the need to be close to the world of work and how this should influence our curricula. I think it was also one of the main objectives of the project. And I think we have here on the audience and on the panel people perfectly aligned with that need. Okay, and I think we already have in our institutions also many examples on our, let's say, societal consciences, awareness of the importance of our institution and how we should be close to the outside world. So, for example, I came from Bragança, that is an inland region, and we exist because of that region. Okay, so this is very important, and our mission will be always to develop that region. And I know a little bit of the Brazilian higher education system, and I know for sure that generally higher education institutions in Brazil are very conscious about that need to, so you don't exist for sure not only to train young students, you exist also to develop the region, and of course it relates with those topics too. Okay, I don't know so well Colombia, but I'm sure you have the same challenges, and you have the same need as an institution to prove that you are useful. Okay, so this is you are useful not only to train people, but also to have impact on the region where you are. now I would like, because I think we are perfectly aligned, okay? So I would like to hear about your opinions as a teacher, or as a researcher, or whatever. I don't know if we have here, let's say, top managers in institutions, but I would like to go a little bit on that side, in that way. So let's say that we are in a position, we are perfectly aligned with the needs, or we already feel that our curricula are perfectly aligned with that, or it's my fault? No. So, or we are in a position that, of course, I think it could be a huge necessity or a small necessity, but still it's a necessity to change our curriculum, okay? And in that way, I would like to hear your opinions, because we have, let's say, from traditional to, let's say, modern, we have our own bodies to decide things. It's always like this, okay? So think about who decides the curriculum in your institution. So what is the process? So maybe it goes to the department close to the area. They decide on contents, very important scientific contents, pedagogical contents. They make a proposal and goes to the scientific board, and then the scientific board decides. And in the, let's say, old-fashioned way, you don't hear the outside world, okay? So if we want to start hearing it, and that influences our curricula, not only those examples that I was talking about, not only the atividades de extensão, but also how it will change the way we teach and our curricula, and mainly on institutional change that we need. So, do you feel there is a need for change on the way we decide things, and the way we design things, and the way we decide things in our institution to change our curricula, or you feel that our structure are perfectly well defined to give this objective? So please, you are the right guy to start talking about it.
Yeah, at first I didn't get the idea of, navigating through the topics we have here, but that's nice. And what was thinking here was exactly what you suggested. But before that, I'd like to say that when I started working on the writing of this project, the Embrace, back to 2020 something, and when I listened to some discussions on World of Work, I said, what the hell is it? That was my point of view. And then we did all the writing. Okay, I read it over and over again. I didn't grasp it. And then we went to, in my case, I'm talking about myself, and I think that part of my team as well. We went to Hamk, to Finland, Josara, Paulo, Damian, and I. And then we had an idea on how they work with this integration of university, curricula, and also the world of work, I mean the society in general, outside the walls of the university. That was very elucidating for me, but I still had a few doubts. And then we went to Colombia, where Vera and Inés delivered many workshops on that. And then my view started to broaden up a little bit. And then we had individual sessions with Inés. And one of the first things I highlighted to Inés, well, from the EFSCP, I was the one who was going to work on this World of Work package with the support of my colleagues, obviously. And then one of the first questions I posed to Inés was, Inés, I'm from the humanities and the social sciences. And as far as I could understand, you are much more related to the industry and to the technology field. And then Inez looked at me and said, well, show me what you have in terms of society and in terms of humanities, and let's see. And then we started, she, with her experience, started helping me, obviously, EFSP, how we could broaden the world of work scenario to the society. And then I told her, well, in my case, I myself have a project, a long-term project, working in prisons, in people who are in prison. And then we started discussing, and we started building this idea of how can we make people in the university involved with this project and other projects we have there. How can we help teachers work on that? And then Damiani came with an idea of, we don't have in our institution a clear observatory. So that where we had a panel of everything that's going on in our institution. And there, possibly we have many social and we have many projects in humanity that's not visibilized. I mean, it is in our campi, but we have 56 campi. So we need something there. And then Damiani started working on that to make it visible to ourselves. And then we started thinking on different kinds of incentives to our people there. And then I remembered when I was building that with Inez, I remember that when I was in Finland, Essi, who hasn't been able to be here, Essi provoked me in one of our conversations saying about curriculum. Now I'm going to get to the curriculum question you asked. She said, okay, Ruben, you work in the humanity and arts. How can you innovate the curriculum as you have, of course, in our institution, we have a curriculum that we decide, a group of people decide and say, Luis, you have to go there and teach A, B, and C. But in the classroom, we have what we call in Portuguese, livre cátedra. I mean, inside the four walls, the teacher, the professor, and the students, we can decide things. And then Essi in Finland said, why don't you try to decide to make a few changes in your curricula, in the courses you deliver, to innovate and to get closer to the community. Maybe you cannot go outside, but each student belongs to a different community, and then work with the students. And then I decided to take this challenge, in my case, and I delivered a course. I redesigned the course, thinking on design-based curriculum and challenge-based curriculum with my students. I said to them, well, the first 2 months of our course, we're going to think of a different curriculum. We have to cover A, B, and C. Let's try to do that online in a few hours, but let's design another kind of curriculum that fits you and your communities. And we worked on that. I was telling Maria and Hannah yesterday that this course was delivered, and it was amazing, the impact on the students and on their communities. And then I asked for feedback, and this feedback and all the conversations I had with the students turned, it turned into an article that is about to be published by Springer. As soon as I have it, I'll share with everyone. But it was exactly this, how I myself, as a professor, could change the curriculum in my course with the help of the students, fit what the university told me to do. You have to teach A, B, and C. I did that. I remember that there were these topic, I don't know, like topic A, I had to cover, and I told my students, look, go to YouTube, because there at YouTube, Damiani talks about this much better than I do. And tick, things done. And then we worked on another thing, things that they came to me. And it was amazing because, and then I understood exactly what Inez, in our individual conversations, I had said, how to create impact, not only in the whole community, but if you impact different people, they impact their community, their families, and so on and so forth. It's a way of spreading the word and making the ecosystem going beyond the university. I'm in the second group now. I've just started the same course. With the suggestions of the first group, they told me, was wonderful, but why don't you change these and these and that? I made the change and I'm testing for the second time. Let's see how it works, and then maybe embrace number 2. I'll be here to tell you the experience again. But that's exactly what you said, Luis. We have the curriculum the university tells us, but we have to work on that, and we have to have the courage to say, no, It's okay. When it was written, it was okay, maybe. But it was okay in the minds of a few people who had the pen to write it. But we as professors who are in the classroom, with the students, with their needs, with their problems, as Ines said, new things they bring to us, we have to make this change. And we have to have the courage to say, no, I'm going to do it differently because I want to impact their lives, not the people who wrote the curriculum, but the students who's going to receive the information. I don't know if I've covered your question, but that's more or less what I have to say.
Continue more or less on the same area. So I think we have here two levels, two very important levels. One, let's say, is the individual level, the teacher level. And fortunately, one thing that's completely, let's say, well, maybe not for Finland, but for Portugal, it is like that. If you go, for example, to the primary school or secondary school, what the teacher should do is more or less defined. Okay, so we have a plan from the government, and teachers don't have so much autonomy on creating things. It's not the same in higher education for sure. So we traditionally accept and expect that the teacher to have some autonomy on doing things. Of course, he needs to follow the overall topic, but it has some autonomy on doing this. And in that way, so I think this level is very important, and you spoke very well and very nicely about how you can transform your course unit by yourself and cooperating with the other teachers. Okay, so and this is of course one way to go through more close to world of work if you want. My point was, besides this level, there is an institutional level. And picking up the last question, we are expect our curricula not to be static, okay, but to evolve rapidly with the change in the society, okay? So, and in that way, I think the individual consciences of teachers are very important, their autonomy to change things, but for sure, the institutional decision is also very important in a way that we create institutional habits to do this, okay? Otherwise, I believe, and I think, again, this level that you told is very important because that you have the right and the strength to change things on your own. But institutionally speaking, the program should also have, an institution should also have mechanisms, habits to change the things, okay? And we should change from a position where, okay, we need to create a new program. So let's go to the department. Let's decide about the contents, okay? And this was the one way to do it. And we need to take back the external world to the decision of this new curricula. So we need for a new habit in our institutions, okay? So in a way that creating things more close to the world of work is not only a decision upon one teacher alone, but a position, a vision of the institution, okay? So that was my concern, that if you feel, frankly, if your institution is already working perfectly on that, or if we need to create, okay? Because the institutions are ourselves, okay? So there is no God on the institution. So we need, of course, to change things inside our institution, and it was more or less on this topic. And we can address the last question of why the need of having a rapid response to the change. Yes, for sure.
I'm just going to give this rapid response
Yes,
because
yes,
it's connected to my experience, and it's nice you said about how can we impact the rest. That's what I'm doing right now, this year, 2026, because I'm a undergraduate course coordinator, and the experience I had with the students, I told them, talk to the other teachers. And many of the other friends, colleagues, they started coming to me and say, what have you done? What's it? How can you change it? How can you do it? And then I started spreading the word with the teachers. And this year, exactly this year, we are working on writing a new curriculum for our course, which is Letras in Portuguese. And we have had lots of conversations. We started last year because of this experience. And we have decided, so far we have decided that at least half of the curriculum of the course will change institutionally because of not only my experience, but because of the students, what they said, they asked it. For example, the grammar teacher, they made a list of things saying to the grammar teacher, how we want you to teach us grammar so that we can teach when we leave the university. So in a way, I think that the word is being spread, and we're working institutionally now. I can tell you in the end of the year how the curriculum had changed, how much the curriculum had changed. But I think that we're going to get there. Anyway, for me, it's just a spark. We've just started. Obviously, we have many things to learn. But yes, I agree with you, and I think we are on the way. We're on the way.
Okay, let's go quickly now.
So I think that your question is not only about the high level, because it's not possible to us change this. Okay, of course I can need to start a movement to change, but it's a delay of change. But you say about the change in the institution, even in the institution, we have a delay to change too. And I understand this is the reason that Embracing Project started working with the management leaders too, because we work with teachers and with the management too, because the management has the power to change this. But in some institution, we have a change of this leader. For example, in the IFES, the leaders that was in the project, Embrace Project, was changed. So I wait and I expect that the new leaderships has the same view, but it's not possible to confirm this. But I understand that it's possible to us start an individual change, like learning, and we spread this with this Embrace, because I understand that it's possible to work with the interdisciplinarity in our areas, and it's possible to work with activity methodologies. It's not possible to us change the curricula so fast, but it's possible to us apply this curricula with the problems in the areas. Especially in the IFES, we have so many campuses, 23 or 26, 25 campus. And we have so many different problems in this campus. So it's possible to us address this problem. It's not possible. The curricula usually is the same for the high school, for example, and the undergraduate, but it's possible to address the different problems. And the way is to work with the extension and research. This is the easy way to work with this curricula, but it's possible to us work with this interdisciplinarity and with the methodology activity, especially with the driving problem and driving project. So it's accomplished different problems in the different areas.
Thank you. Ula, you came from research, yes?
Yes.
So, of course, research is a very important way to cooperate with world of work. My question is if the link with the curricula and research is easy and is well established, or there is a wall between teaching and researching on the institution, and how we can deal with it, thinking about be closing to the world of work.
Okay. Easy. Nothing is ever easy, but we are working a lot on this also, so that our research is integrated in our teaching. So we meet with the teachers regularly, and also our researchers do teach. So they bring the newest information to our students. And our curriculum, we go it through with the industry stakeholders regularly. And we have, I think next year we will have an evaluation from the industry stakeholders to see that we are teaching relevant things. And also the research, I think, because we integrate the research to the teaching, we also bring the newest things and the most relevant things that actually the industry hasn't adapted yet. So. But there's always work to do, and the discussion needs to be continuous, so that we don't divide the research and the teaching.
Thank you. Ariandina and Pereira, what you would like to add? So we are closing to the session. Please.
I think that everything is going to be better. Everything could be better, and we need to be close to the industry, with the community, to know what they need, and then we can to modify the curriculum to the need, to the they need, and then our students could be better in the environment.
Thank you. João Sato, yes?
Yes.
What do you change if you are able to change in curricula where you teach?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
What you would like to change in your curricula if you were able to do it?
Well, actually, we are already changing a lot of things, I think, because, you know, it is easy to blame the Ministry of Education, the funding agency, the institution, but we are the institution. So, well, anyone that knows me well knows that I hate bureaucracy and doing administrative tasks. You know, I really, because I'm a scientist mostly. So, but even so, I participate in these committees for the graduate programs, the bachelors, and this is the way I think we as persons can contribute to the institution and make it these institutional changes. So every time there are even some people from neuroscience watching the streaming, I think this is really cool. And so every time we see that we need to do some adjustments, it doesn't matter if in the curricula, it doesn't matter if it is regarding research, new research areas, or connections with the world of work. We do that. We can do that using these institutional committees. So my recommendation is that we can do individual changes in the disciplines, perhaps not in the content, but in the way we approach things in the classes, the lessons, and also at the institutional level, participating in these committees. Yeah, it's bureaucratic work, but it's really worthy, I think, because you can see the changes. And as Inés has said, we can see that our opinions count as well. We can do these changes, and this makes really a big difference.
Yes, you are the last one.
Okay.
We are closing, and we will start to cry because the project will end, okay? So my question is, how do you see that we can continue cooperating on this field?
The field of world of work. And okay, you are talking about the curriculum. At APB, we have two tools that I really appreciate, and Luis Rivera work on that. We have free electives, so every student can choose one subject from all the offer at the IPB, and we also have 10% up to you. So the students are able to choose up to 3 subjects to supply for another subject. It's not easy, the accreditation, but I think these are really good tools. And if I thought about curriculum, I think that it will be important every student has an work experience. I don't remember if all our programs have internships or some work experience. I think is important work integrating learning in some way. And I'm also think that I know that it depends on methodologies that we use in our class, but I think it's important to have any experience in interdisciplinary way. So to combine all the subjects in the degree and do something, maybe a challenge to solve a challenge or something. And I think that we only could do this if you work together and to change the curriculum. In the previous panel, you said something that is very important, is the culture. We need to think about the culture because we have this flexibility at EPB, but some students don't know how to use it. What can I do with a free elective? What I can choose? Why I need to choose? Some of students do not like that, so we need to also to change our culture in education and to be autonomous and entrepreneur. UFABC said in the presentation that students are entrepreneurs of their curriculum. Is not easy, okay? So I think that we need to also to ask more from students in that field of curriculum. I don't know if I answer your question, but.
Thank you very much, all. It was a very interesting talk and presentation, and of course, we hope to see you in the future. Okay, thank you very much.
So, okay, thank you for the contribution, for the amazing discussion so far. Okay, now we'll have a little less than 2 hours for lunch, when we'll then continue on our YouTube transmission. Okay, so we can continue with our YouTube transmission and face-to-face agenda here with 2 wonderful guests who will share their thoughts about how AI will transform the education. I have a little advice. Our lunch will be in the restaurant here, right here, and we need to present this tag, okay? So if you have this tag in your bag, you have to keep with it to lunch here. Okay, so have everyone a good lunch. Okay. This lunch break was incredible. Enough to satisfy our physical hunger while give us a hunger for more real world problem solving through the education and our partnership. So for I start the second part, the final seminar of Embrace. I would like to, we have 2 moments of discussion. The first starts in just a few minutes. We'll talk about the AI and how it can empower our collaboration and learning. Later, after another coffee break, each institution participating in Embrace will share the impact of the program it has had on their respective workplace. At this time, I would like to invite the Professor Jairo Filho Souza de Almeida, professor at EFSP Campus Guarulhos, a short bio, passionate about innovation. He believes the world can be transformed into a more equitable place through technology managed by people. He holds a degree in system analysis and development and a degree in physics. A Google certified data analyst, he holds a master's degree and is a PhD candidate in smart and sustainable cities. His research focuses on disasters risk reduction in extreme weather events, using data to identify patterns and map best practices. Currently, he's an information technology professor at Federal Institute of São Paulo and research at USP for the RUA project, Urban Resilience in Action, which maps best practice for disaster and risk reduction. So, Jairo? Okay, it's here. Oh, thank you. And also, I would like to present to you, introduce to you Professor Paulo Lemos. Professor Paulo Lemos, sorry. I'd like to introduce to you my friend, Washington Lemos. Washington Lemos is Pro-Rector of Planning and Development at Unifor, is a participant in the 21st Century Educators Program in Finland, and has led academic missions to Silicon Valley to study university innovation. He holds a master's degree from UFRJ, is the founder of EduCanvas, and is a member of USP Research Group on Innovative Methodologies. Recently, he has dedicated himself to study of artificial intelligence applications, hold certifications in AI and big data in healthcare. So, this here, please. In this task, what do we prefer? So in this task, we'll have each professor will have about 15 to 20 minutes to talk a little bit about your perceptions about this subject, and after that we will have a short time of discussion about this theme. I mean, we can just have this question and answers sessions. Okay, so thank you for your presence and to accept our comment. It's an honor to have you here. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think I start with, okay. I have a... Eu tenho passador? Você que passa. Você é o passador? Então pode passar. Tem um áudio, mas pode passar. Acho que... Pode deixar sem áudio. But so I'm a professor, so I really be more comfortable if I stand up. So thank you very much for you. And this way I'm very uncomfortable to talking in English, but it's my life. So let's start. I really hope you understand me. So if you don't understand, you talk. I can speak a little, understand Spanish and Portuguese, of course. Finnish, I'm sorry. You only make a fuzzy face for me. So the next, please. The next one, I think. Oh, it's possible to make a Ok, porque eu tinha atualizado, mas ok. Eu tinha botado em inglês. I'm so sorry. Ah, I think about it, the Finnish people. So, I need to talk for you is this slide, everybody. Also, it's education is not technology. Education is human connection. It's a translation for IA. So I don't know if it's correct in Portuguese, make sense. And now I will start with a little test. It's really a poem. It's the next, please. And this is impossible to me to speak in another language, so in Portuguese. My colleagues will understand me. Estou farto do lirismo comedido, do lirismo bem comportado, do lirismo funcionário público com livro de ponto, expediente, protocolo e manifestações de apreço ao senhor diretor. Todas as palavras, sobretudo os barbarismos universais, todas as construções, sobretudo as sintaxes de exceções, todos os ritmos, sobretudo os inumeráveis. Quero antes o lirismo dos loucos, o lirismo dos bêbados, o lirismo difícil e pungente dos bêbados, o lirismo dos clausos de Shakespeare. Não quero saber de lirismo que não seja libertação. It's a fragment of a poem of Manuel Bandeira. I think all Brazilian people know this poem. And I have a short story about this. The next year, please, the next for me. In 1995, I have 50 years old. I'm a young guy in my school. And I was talk about this music, this song. It's a new song in this time. Now it's a classic. And we talk before the class about this is or not a good song. We listen in the radio, you listen to MTV shows and this kind of stuff. And then a teacher called Sonia, Dona Sonia in Portuguese. In one Portuguese, you put the Dona in the first, Dona Sonia. Start the class, okay, everybody for your place. And Washington, my name. I will talk to you the next week about this. And I forgot completely. The next week, Sonia bring me a book. The name is Libertinagem. In this book, have this poem called Poética from Manuel Bandeira, who I also talked to. And this changed my life in this moment. Not really, not in this moment, but this changed my life. And what happened? It's in this time I start a new kind of relationship with Sonia, with this teacher. The teacher is a person for first time in my life. It isn't a teacher, it's a person, it's a human being. It's talk about Radiohead and poems to me. And she thought maybe you can like this. I don't know why, I don't until today, but I think she think I really like poems and something like that. Years after that, or months after that, and I talked to Sonia about the future, and I think, okay, maybe I study language, maybe I study Portuguese or music. And Sonia called me, maybe you study engineer. I think it's better. Sonia talked to me, and I don't know how to say this in English, but I am a peripheric guy from peripheric neighborhood for poor people, and have a engineer school, college school of engineer in my city, public, so it's possible to pay. But she don't talk nothing about it. Only put inception. Maybe you must to study engineer. So the next one. Now I'm here. Por favor, and talk to you. And I'm engineer, really engineer. I'm study engineer. I'm a professor too, but not study language, not study music. I really like that. But I think it's necessary to make how is important this kind of relationship. It's kind of human relation between students and professors and teachers. And my phone, technology, I'm sorry. And after that, what we really have, and this talk about AI or EA. AI, it's in English AI. And what is only noise for us? So next one. I will talk about a kind of technology. This kind of technology have a lot of promise for us. First of one, they promise to, okay, you shorter the distance, you short the time. It's possible to everybody to talk to everybody. It's possible to have a teacher only for you. It's possible to change forever education. Okay, this is a promise. Let's go. The next one, please. And we have some kind of issues. This technology can be dangerous for democracy. This technology be possible to use to spread fake news and to manipulate the people. So this technology, please, it's a radio. We talk about radio. We talk about 1930, the same age in that book was writing, Libertinagem, Don Manuel Bandeira. And we really think about, really think that radio can change education. We really think makes sense if you think. Now, for the first time ever, you can put someone to talk for billions or millions or hundreds, I don't know, but a lot of people for the first time. And the next one, this is a real, it is a AI images. And we think, imagining the day when which person have one radio only for this person. Whoa, to change everything. So the rest is history, please. We really use radio. It's impossible to think, I don't know how to say Nazism in English, Nazi, okay. But everybody knows this word. Maybe the YouTube have problem with this word. And impossible to imagine the Nazism without radio. Without radio, we don't have Nazism. We have a tradition, dictatorship, but not that kind of dictatorship. It's the next one. It's impossible to imagine it for the first time with when War of the Worlds, de H.G. Wells, in Portuguese, Guerra dos Mundos, I don't know. This book was adapted for the radio and have a lot of problem with that because the people listen and really understand and really think the world was in war with the Martians people. It's funny, but it's real. This New York Times, it's a real thing. So now we have this, please, this kind of thinking. Artificial intelligence can change the education, of course. Radio changed the education, but not how we imagine it. Not, this is the point of the view. What happened is different. And now you have the second or 100th chance of the make different. So the next one, now I will have first images only to make some uncomfortable for you. In Portuguese, I will talk a lot of histories, but in English for me it's impossible. So it's electric books again. So it's all these images are real. We really think the books are electrical, and this is change forever. It isn't crazy stuffs for some kind of internet. These are big journals, news, and magazines. So the next one, now it's audiobooks. The next, please. We think, okay, now we have a long player, LP in English, maybe. This change forever because each people put this in our house, and now blind people can study. Wow, the world changed forever. Next one, next one. And 58 in Brazil have a kind of romantic about this year. So we really think this artificial intelligence, we talk about artificial intelligence. We think a lot of the people, the students will make the frequency, the attend the class and make the class adapted for which one. So these have a prototypes. This is a really exist in 1894. Okay, next one. There is a computer, baby. Now it's really now after war, World War. So we will use this for education. So the next one. The 80s is my age, so it's a romantic. Next, I have the mullet when I had hair. And it's possible to see this, but not computer, a robot to sell, and this robot can teach for your children. It's not research thing. It's a commercial. I have the name of the company. You can, wow, this company not existing anymore, but we sell this stuff. And the robot can talk to you and teach you for your children and give you kind of uh, um, receipt. Okay, it teach you to make cookies. Okay, so next month you can make this. And now, last year, we have advertisement about Perplexity. I don't know if you have the next one, please. It's only an advertisement that Perplexity to say, oh, my friend, you have to pay for Perplexity because it's impossible to learn without AI. And now I can make your homework for you, so pay for me and give you a credit card. And everybody, it's happy. Not your teacher, of course, but everybody's happy. This is a real ad for Perplexity for children in internet. So, okay. The next one, please. I need to talk to, it's about how you use technology, how we have a lot of fears and hope about technology. But the problem is we repeat again and again and again and again the same mistake. We put in the technology the hope for our problem in education. And education, it isn't about technology. Never would this, never will be. I don't know if my verbs in English are correct, but my teacher maybe is happy with me. So the technology promised to revolutionize education, to replace the teacher, democratize knowledge. So the next one, technology is about instruction. And now it's important. And now in Portuguese make more sense, but okay. Instruction, it isn't education. Education It's what we do to form people, to education people, to be a human beings and to change society and to make them and others happier and life better. Instruction is how to do this, I can make a chair, not for who and why I make a chair, and what the better thing I need to make. It's really a chair. I don't know. This is about education, and this is our job. This is your job. This is my job. This is about the job. Next one. The think, and in Portuguese you have some educator. There are some controversial, but it's only noise. Paulo Freire, and it's the only one to talk. The important, it's not to do, it's why we do what we do. I don't know if this makes some sense in English, but in Portuguese this makes a lot of sense. What you do that? When I talk to, I have 2 minutes, okay? When I talk to my colleagues in university and my students too, I think the problem, it isn't the test. The problem, it isn't the lecturing. The problem is why you use the test and why you choose make a lecturing for this lesson, because this is a decision. If I don't decide that, I don't think before to make a lecturing, someone decided for me, and it isn't possible. It's my job. It's my responsibility. I was with my students, so the students, they maybe trust in my decision. So if they must to do an individual test without considering by yourself, so it's a pedagogical decision for my target. So next, please, por favor, próximo. And what is the intention? What is the target? Why you do, and for what? So the finish is, I will talk about, I repeat, we fail again, again, and again, and again. The last time we fail, and I give a hug and everybody when I talk for this, it's the 2020. We have a problem in 2020. I don't know if you know, but we have a world pandemic in this year. And you do what is possible to do. You go to technology, you go to Zoom class, so you go to this. And at the beginning, we'll think, okay, it's possible. This technology will be used for us, and everybody, it's possible to do. 3 months after this, what will you do? The technology destroy, I don't know, on building or make the education and the lower level possible, because you teach for names. Everybody have this class, but we that are professors and teachers these moments, we are the happy one, because the problem is each name of that. These guys, these children, these young people now are my students in university. It's your students in university. And they had 50 years old here. The same 50 years old, I started this talk to talk to you. And I remember for Sonia, I received the book. I was listening Radiohead. I was talking with my friends in a classroom, and I was deeply in education. These students, all they have is a structure, not education. These students now, we talk, Gen Z don't know how to talk. Of course they don't know how to talk. Of course, they don't know how to solve complex problem because they was in screen with names when they are teenagers, and they grow up with screen, and now they start to engineer or medical school, and I, professor, oh, you need to learn to talk. The last generation was better. The last generation was talk with Sonia. The last generation was happier to run and kisses and the school. They are here in this screen. So the technology have this problem because artificial intelligence, maybe if you don't think about it, it's possible to make this again, but not our tão claro, tão explícito. Me ajudem, por favor. No show clear, thank you. No show clear. Because artificial intelligence, maybe it's a problem for them to learn to think what they don't know. The answer is they never will maybe know what they don't know. This is a big, big, big problem, and I think it's our job to talk about it. So thank you very much. I think you repeat, education is not technology, education is about human connection. I really, really, really hope which one of us and which you are a Sonia, a teacher Sonia for these people, because they need, which student need the more teacher Sonia. So I think this, every day I go to my class. Thank you very much.
So, hello everybody, good afternoon. My English isn't perfect, so I will start to speak in English, but sometime I will change to Portuguese. And if you have any question, just let me know. So I would like to talk a little bit about how I am using AI with my students in the high school and the technical school. And I'm very happy to talk about this here today because my teacher is here, and she was my teacher during the high school, Professor Josara. So it's very funny to talk about here with her. And we know if everybody here already using AI for anything, and students are using AI too. So the discussion isn't to decide whether a student will use AI. It's to decide how the school will mediate that use in an ethical, critical, and collaborative way. So some school and some colleagues are talking about ban AI during the classes, during the activities, and they are using some tools to check if the students are using AI. But if students already use AI, what does the school teach when it only bans it? So don't use it. We need to discuss on this. The big challenge to talk about AI is because here in Brazil, Colombia, and other countries, we have a big difference between people, economic differences, inequalities, and some students have access to AI with supervisors and at home, at the school. I will change a little bit to Portuguese, sorry. Muitos estudantes têm acesso às ferramentas de IA na escola, com a supervisão de seus professores e em casa também, mas a gente vive ainda em um país, né, e existem muitos outros, como o Brasil, que ainda tem toda uma questão de desigualdade social. A gente viu muito isso durante a pandemia, né, que aqui no Brasil os bancos precisaram abrir para que as pessoas conseguissem fazer seus pagamentos, né? E a gente sempre se depara com isso quando entra no contexto de democracia participativa. Eu estou aqui falando sobre estudantes que usam inteligência artificial, seja na educação básica ou na superior, e acredito que não tem nenhum estudante aqui participando dessa discussão. Então, muitas vezes, essas discussões ocorrem em grupos, né, que não são inclusivos, não são representativos. So, this kind of discussion isn't participative with all the kind of people, and it's terrible for inequalities. With my students, I like to discuss the bias. As ferramentas de inteligência artificial, elas surgem de um contexto de machine learning, né? Então elas são treinadas utilizando uma base de dados, e essa base de treino, ela é um recorte, então ela vai reproduzir seus vieses. E muitos desses vieses acabam aumentando aí a questão de desigualdade de gênero, questão de desigualdade racial, econômica. Então tem toda essa questão de coded bias, que eu gosto muito de trabalhar com os meus alunos, e eu trouxe aqui alguns cases, pode passar. Trouxe aqui alguns cases, e colocando os alunos no centro da discussão. Aqui foi um trabalho que eu fiz com eles no ano passado, onde foram passadas algumas inquietações de aonde são construídos, where are they built, porque eles precisam de tanta água, crise energética, quem participa, quem ganha com isso. E os alunos fizeram um trabalho muito legal, né? Era um trabalho de uma aula só, mas eles levaram isso por um mês, apresentaram em evento esse trabalho, os resultados foram bem legais, para que se criasse essa consciência de fato, o que está por trás dessa IA, né? Então, o que é utilizado para treinar essa ferramenta? Quais são os impactos ambientais, sociais, econômicos do uso dessa ferramenta? Então, colocando, né, os estudantes no centro da discussão, a gente começou a perguntar se IA, que foi feito ali para ajudar as pessoas, se elas não acabam aumentando essas desigualdades. Pode passar. Aqui eu trouxe um exemplo também. Eu adoro começar as minhas aulas sempre com uma tirinha ali para, né, dar aquele warm-up para os alunos. E, via de regra, sempre que eu peço para a IA criar uma imagem para os alunos de tecnologia, é esse tipo de resultado que eu tenho. And I ask to AI to create an image for IT students. It's this kind of image that I had. It's only white men. There isn't women and difference of color, genders, ethnicals. So, para criar esse tipo de imagem, né, que representa, de fato, os meus alunos, eu precisei começar a explicar para a ferramenta de IA que eu tenho diferenças na minha sala de aula. Então, eu tenho mulheres na minha sala de aula e eu quero que elas sejam representadas. Eu tenho diversidade racial e eu quero que ela seja representada nas figuras. Então, tudo isso daqui foi discutido com os alunos. Então, para chegar nesse conteúdo, né, precisei ali informar para a IA esse tipo de necessidade. Pode passar. Então, O objetivo era trazer, né, um case rápido de como eu tenho utilizado IA focado nessa questão de desigualdades. So the purpose of this, it's only talk a little bit about how I use AI with my students, focus with inequalities and participative things. Sorry about my English, but this is a deep topic with technical words. But I hope you understand it. If you have any questions, just let me know.
So thank you, Jairo. Your English sounds perfect. Don't be worried about that. So now we have some time to questions, some thoughts. Who want to start? Yeah.
I didn't want to talk, but last year we had a kind of question about that, and we made a conference between our professors inside our institution. And of course, we talk about very hard about AI, and one professor or other, they were complaining about the AI. My students are making all the whole work with AI to almost everything, and of course we try to minimize a little about what happened inside between us. And the first thing is technology is not bad or good. Technology is technology, just technology. But the way you use that, but in the way you operate with technology is an human convention, and you have to deal with that. And maybe we found that our professors didn't have the enough formation to lead, to deal with all kind of things that is associated with AI. And of course, we found profoundly blaming everything of us, especially between our team in technology, that our professor didn't have that skill. And our task was putting in the task to make some courses and some planning to work with our professors. We're still working with them, but right now they are not complaining too much because they are learning a lot. Thank you.
You want to comment something?
I only agree with you. I think it's a new for everybody, if I understand you correctly. And the problem, I don't know if it's directly linked to what you say, is traditionally we are so alone with our decisions in class. So each professor needs to think and make decision alone. And I think it's a problem. When I talk with universities, I think it's necessary to have rules, general rules to, okay, we will use AI this way for this intention and this thing. So it sounds a joke, funny, but it is a funny what I will talk now. We start to use AI, we professor, to make some task for our students. So give me a task for Bhaskara equation for that. And I give it for my students. My students put this in AI and please solve this and send for me. And I put the AI for, okay, correct for that. But it is a joke. It's a funny, but it's not a joke. The problem, it isn't the students, the problem, it isn't me. The problem is the process and why you do what you do. If I use the test to know if my student's learning, maybe it's a big maybe, which professor and which reality need to think about it. Maybe you may change in your tools, the technology tools, for know if the students know what you need they knows. So I really like projects because I give the task for my students give here, and okay, I don't know, and I don't really care if you use AI. I know how you solve this complex question, and if you know how it's possible using these or other tools, if you use a computer or a software or AI, I don't know. It's how you solve complex questions. I think it's possible, but my reality is university and engineers and medical schools. I think it's different when you talk about the teenagers with 50 years learning Bhaskara equations. Maybe you, okay, it isn't possible to use AI, and you sit here and make some exercise. It's okay. It's part of life. It's a process. It's necessary to make decisions for which target. I think it's.
Thank you. So nice to meet you. I'm Vera from Portugal. And first of all, thank you for your, is it this, should I go there? Thank you. First of all, thank you for your talks. It was very inspiring, on one hand, to see a true storyteller. So I don't know if you are a Portuguese literature trained person or an engineer, but you are a true storyteller. So congratulations, it was very inspiring. And thank you for bringing some important reflections. AI is more than technology, and these inclusion topics are very important. But my question comes from the discussion with Fernando and yourself. And the topic that I'm very interested about, that it's the assessment, how we assess students. And this is following your line, why we do what we do. And we don't do what we do. We are not higher education professors just for the matter of knowledge. We are not conveyors of knowledge. We don't transfer knowledge only, I hope. So the topic for me is AI can be seen as another tool we can use for knowledge transfer, if you want to see it like that, for the students. But the topic we need to ensure is more than knowledge. It's the skills, the competences, the abilities. And unfortunately, we can't put the exercise on AI and ask, help me assess my students' skills, competences, and abilities yet. So my question to you is, how are you doing this currently? How can we all improve this topic, going from knowledge assessment to skill, competence, and abilities developers, because I'm more interested in the development than the assessment.
Okay. For me, it's a personal, so I talk here how I, Washington, do this in my reality. I have a special situation. I don't know, and I really think it's different with university. I teach in engineers and medical school. This is important now in Brazil because engineers are few classes. So I have the opportunity to make projects. And I professor from the end of the course. So it's possible to me to, okay, I really expect the students at the end of the course of engineer, they solve complex questions with using operational research. And okay, it's a real project. So bring the books, bring the AI, bring the software, bring your mother, don't problem with that, and sit here and talk about me with this. So I really use talk. I put the oral test, you remember this, but I don't call it this way. I work with projects. So put two guys, they make some project, and now explain for me how you do and what your problem now for finish this project. It's impossible to como que é colar em inglês? Cheat. It's possible to cheat this. I don't know if cheat is this way to pronounce. I think it's, yes. Don't sound good for me. It's impossible. It's impossible to make impossible to the students don't learn or don't show for me if they learn or not. So this is one reality. Another reality, the medical school, we have money. So I have big classes, but now with me, I have 5 professors. So to work the project. So I can split the class and we have time. I was paid for class and for talk with the students after class. The students have a time for doing this project. So I really know this. It's more specific reality. I don't know how to do that with 100 students and 45 minutes in project. I think it's impossible. I think we have to have this question, not the question, this difficult conversation. Okay, the reality is impossible to do that. Let's make something different. I think we need to stop to use AI to bring the AI, the correct the students, because when you do that, you think you give the message for the society, okay, everything's okay. AI now it's a tool of productivity. And this way, it isn't really. It isn't productivity. It's only bureaucracy. It's only, I don't know, empty work. It isn't a deep work, reflection work. So I think, I don't know if I give us a solution, but the solution is human contact. How to do that? Each institution have to think about it, in my opinion.
It's a very good question. I would like just to comment a little bit about this. I like to use a Bloom diagram. It's a diagram for learning, and the final step of the learning is teaching. So I love to put my students to teach for me. Like, this is the topic, learn it and teach it. So when you use this, doesn't matter if they are using AI to learning or to do anything, but to teaching this, they need to know what they are talking. So I like to use this.
Hello, thank you, Jairo and Washington, for your talks. It was really inspiring. And I have a quick question for both of you. So, in your opinion, how can we use AI to foster, to promote human connection? Thank you.
I really don't know. We talk here a few minutes again. The Brazilian have the ability to think while talk. So I will try to make this way. It's difficult. I think the AI is possible to be a start point when you don't have the opportunity or for money or for time to have a good person to talk about your project. So what I do some kind, I make some talk with ChatGPT so I can share this talk with my students, and the students continue the talk I started. So this is a way to make the ChatGPT more specific for the topic. So after that, especially when I used to final projects, TCC in Portuguese, I don't know, final projects for graduation. So I talk to my students, use this ChatGPT because they are more or less thinking with a lot of comms like me, and put your test here and they will criticize you. Use that, but with moderation. Don't care about if they, okay, it's wrong. Don't care about. It's only for your have the opportunity to make this 2 m. I'm possible to talk with me at 2 m. I think, don't call me 2 m or 3 m. But my students who are working 2 m, okay, use that. And after that, when you're here and the university, you look for me and we talk and okay, this makes sense or this not. So I think it's possible they have a little bit what I think about the project without me. I really know if this is a human connection. Now I can respond that, answer that. I don't know if I think about it. I don't know what I think about it, that, but I use that for really for this way.
It's a very difficult question, but I think we need humanize the learning. Doesn't matter if you are talking about AI, IoT, or any kind of technology, but we need to use this to solve problems like human and real problems. We have 17 goals. ODS it's global. It goes to the development. Yes, SDG. Thank you. We have 17, and we can't use IoT only to solve our preguiça, lazy. So at home I use to turn on the lights, to do this kind of thing. But at class, my students need to use this to solve a problem. So I guess any technology we need to humanize and to use to solve problems, real problems.
Yeah, my laziness is a problem to be solved also. Well, I have a question. We got some minutes. It's a very good because it's a very extensive topic. I would like to direct my question to Jairo, because Jairo approached the bio things, and Jairo used an image that I used to talk about. It is a mask. I don't know if you remember the white mask. This mask is in a situation that happened with a young black new research at a very important university of the United States. They have realized in her research that AI software don't recognize black woman face. So about the white man faces basically is less than 1% of error. It's basically perfect. The AI always recognize his face or the male face. But about the female black face means that one among 3 women does not recognize her face, and her create the concept of invisible face. Is how AI this concept says about how the AI can reproduce some prejudice. So. I don't know, it's a very long introduction, but we used to talk that the AI is about the past, because I don't know, what our says is related with something that he is learning in the past. So how can we help our students to avoid this situation to repeat, to keep going, you know?
It's a good question. So we need to know the AI is a product of a machine learning. Machine learning uses a database to training and to learn something. The students need to know that. It's come from a process. When you know how it was created, you can look to the results and think, oh, something is missing here. Like the pictures that I show you. When I ask to AI to create an image of my students, it's only white men, but I have women at class. I have black people at classes. So when you know that how the result that you are waiting for, esperando, you can see the result and think, no, something is wrong. I need to use it another thing, or to modify this.
Just to emphasize, this mask, it's why when she was trying to understand, because the machine learning, the AI app don't recognize his black female face, he was a mask like that in her side, and he take and put in her face, and automatically the machine recognizes his face. So yes, so when she take out the mask, his face is basically invisible for the AI.
It's available on Netflix. I really recommend it. It's very good.
Another question? We have more 10 minutes. So.
I have to do something before, like Vera did with you, and of course, I have to congratulate for your work. I'm sorry for not starting with that in that way. Of course, we have a kind of discussion, on more than a discussion is a chatting, some kind of conversations about everything of this. We are in an area between technology and education, and of course we are very worried about this. Of course, we discuss this with our students and our professors, and we need that they go ahead. But if we compare maybe about 500 years ago, Gutenberg, the book, and some say the book in that age, they say, oh, they will forget everything, because everything is in the library, everything is in the books, and nobody wants to know about anything. Nobody wants to know or to memorize the things, important things that are translated to the talking between the old people in the region or in the town, for example. But we didn't, the humanity didn't fall out because that. No, and right now the humanity will not fall out again. Don't worry, but we have to transcend this. We have to be adaptive to this, and how to be adapted to this. And we have to get this discussion with you and everything inside this room, and between our professors, in between our universities, is that way. Thank you.
I really want, I can comment. It's very, this question or this comment, it's common to appear when you talk about the famous quote about maybe it's Socrates. Okay, everything is writing, so you don't need to to memorize nothing. It's really the technology change our lives, and there are philosophers talk about that. The Le Corbusier, I don't know how the name, Latour, I think, call it Latour, talk our relation with the technology, it's the humanity. So technology and in human are the same thing because technology is our thing. So yes. It makes sense, I completely, I agree, but it is important, I agree. The important is, we use, now I have a storyteller here. Everybody here, I think there is no, only 2 or 3 person are too young here, you're very young. So, but the most of us learning school to how to make some operation and paper, how to make I don't know how to say this in English. Impossible to me to make a square, raiz quadrada? Huh? Square root in paper. You know how to put it is. Yeah, the algorithm too, and make the complex. And I have 8 in this test. And now it's impossible to me to remember how to wrong. This is wrong, and impossible to me to make a mistake this. But this is the point. In my time, and maybe your time, in my school, maybe in your school, we are not able to use the calculator to make this. You must to make this in your hands. I don't know why. Now, remember why? I don't know why. If there are some reason, nobody talk with me. But the important is, we either don't teach for the students how to use the calculator machine. So, if you have now and make it, okay, 10 or 17% of 728. Now, respond. Use whatever you use. For majority of people, it's difficult to do that with the machine calculator. I don't talk about with paper. I talk about, okay, here the machine make 30% of 7 to 8. And the marketing, because I think it's a problem of the school. We avoid the technology. We don't know how and why you do what you do. And we don't teach without technology for some specific case, and don't teach how to use technology. And here we are. We make this with math, but you made this personal opinion with social media. We have social media for 10 years. And until now, 2026, we don't know how to use this in our class. You decide, okay, for even that, and the students will learn this with their life, not in the school. I really don't think it's a good way to go. And I talk all that because I really think how to use AI, it's our problem. Because if we, professor and teachers, don't do that, I really, really, really think no one will do that. No politicians, no family, no colleagues, nobody will do it. In Brazil, specifically, I talk about Brazil, I don't know another country, but in Brazil, it's our job. Instead of that, the professors are burned out because they are crazy about, okay, I need to teach math and how to think Yes, and how to use. But instead of all this, I think we need to decide when and who do that and for what and what is the target, what is the final line for this. And I think it's necessary we talk with our of our colleagues, and we talk with the society. Okay, we will use AI. I will use AI in the specific class. I don't use AI to teach human history. I don't use AI to teach math. I don't know why and when we use AI and for what. I think it's that. It's difficult. It's too easy for me to say that. It's difficult to how to put this in public schools, and Brazil a complex country, big country. So we are São Paulo. I don't know how to say that in Manaus. I don't know how to say that in Resende, my city. It's a small city. So it's a different reality. Maybe it's different solutions. I think it's that.
Okay. I have a question. You know, I truly believe that everyone has right to have 3 pedagogical areas and still go to the heaven. So I expand my second in this week. So I believe it's very important for the formal system of education to consider the non-formal and informal education to evaluate the students, to help them to keep on track and to keep to build into scaffolding their abilities and competences. So I believe it is a area that maybe the AI can contribute for that. So what do you think about that? It could be a reality thing, or it's just a heresy? Eu fiz a translate for português aqui. Eu fiz uma brincadeira falando que todo mundo tem direito a 3 heresias pedagógicas da vida, e eu vou gastar a minha segunda heresia pedagógica nessa semana já.
Tá mais fácil em inglês do que em português.
Espanhol você entende? Espanhol você entende? Eu disse... Ok, so despacito. Yeah. Eu falei que todos têm o direito, eu fiz uma brincadeira, ok? Uma broma, que todos têm o direito de ter 3 heresias pedagógicas e mesmo assim ir para o céu. Então eu vou gastar agora a minha segunda heresia nessa semana pedagógica. Eu falei que uma das coisas que eu realmente acredito é que a escola deveria considerar, a escola formal, a educação formal, deveria considerar para si, para os seus alunos, a educação não formal e a educação informal. É aquela que ocorre fora da escola, quando os alunos estão de vacações, de férias, quando os alunos estão no final de semana em casa. E então, aí vem a minha heresia, se prepare. Eu falei, será que a inteligência artificial pode ser um caminho para isso? Isso pode ser verdade ou isso é somente uma heresia pedagógica? No, last one heresia. Pronto.
Oh, ok.
Se quiser falar em português, eu posso traduzir.
Ok. Eu acho que... Eu vou falar em português, que aí ficou mais tranquilo.
Ok, I will speak in português. It's
okay.
quite easier.
Na verdade, a educação ela deveria ser várias coisas, né?
Actually, the education should be many things.
Mas no Brasil e em outros países a gente percebe que educação ainda é um privilégio.
But in Brazil and many countries realize that education is still a privilege.
Então, por exemplo, na minha casa, os meus pais não tiveram acesso à educação básica, eles não terminaram o ensino médio.
So, for instance, in my home, my parents don't finish their basic education.
Então, quando a gente fala em deveria ser muitas coisas, e essas coisas normalmente são restritas para alguns grupos. Então, alguns grupos terão acesso e muitos outros não terão.
So, when we used to say it should be many things. But these things used to should just for a few groups, a privileged groups.
No Brasil, a educação básica é direito constitucional e é obrigação, mas a gente tem ainda programas de educação de jovens e adultos, porque a gente percebe que mesmo sendo direito constitucional, que mesmo sendo obrigação, isso ainda falha. Então, eu tenho medo da palavra deveria, porque sempre deveria para algumas pessoas e nunca para todas.
In Brazil, the basic education, it's a legal right. So everyone should have this access to the basic education, but it's not the truth. So I'm afraid to use this word. I'm a little worried to use the word should, because when should be is always should be for just a few people. Okay?
I think I can bring some optimism vision about that. I don't know. I'm from Rio. Rio, it's impossible. It's important for this. Yes. So, yes, real complex situation. And some little teach about geography in Rio. Rio, it's a different, because in Rio you have the poor people and the rich people in the same place at the same time. It's a and very calm, democratic, forced democratic. And you don't have change that. In the same place you have complex things. So you have a rich people and a rich school and 2 or 3 streets. You have a lot of people in poor situation. Instead of that, I think it's impossible to not bring the real word for the school. So the informal education, this kind of stuff, it's welling, a talk hardly in your class, because your students bring for classroom the problem, the gum and the shoot they listen last night, and now you must to teach math for this guy. And if you are a good teacher, and we really have good teachers in the public school, I really emotional when I talk that. These teachers, they make what's possible. So they, and maybe use the gender, it's possible to use she. Most of them, it's a woman. And she makes what is possible. So it's very common in public school in Rio and Brazil. The teacher, the professor, the woman teacher stop the class and, okay, we need to talk about Pedro and José, because the José and Pedro lost his brother last night. And this is really common. And so for these teachers, this is a theoretical question, because they don't have to choose or not choose to bring the real world or the informal education, because the informal education is there. It's impossible to not be there. The guy talk with a different words. I not only talk about slangs, not about that. It's a different way to think. It's a different way to understand the word. It's impossible to teach Manuel Bandeira for this guy without to teach and to talk about this is a white guy with money writing in the apartment about maybe he will die because they have a disease of the lungs. Because these students, impossible to understand the poem without know that, because it is my problem. I have another questions. I don't have the problem if I die for lung. I die every day. My friends die every day by shooting and shooting and shooting, by policemen and by bad guys every day. It's a real word. It is a theoretical question. I promise to be optimist. So the optimist is, we have the good teachers in this place, and these teachers make a good job. It's what's possible for that reality, for that people, in that time. Yes, it is possible because São Paulo, we have a distance. The poor is very distance. So I talk a lot of that now. I'm more calm because the white people and the rich school in Rio, they know that. They know that guy what was shooting yesterday because they was in the same beach and played the same game, the football game. So it's very different. I think it's a good question.
Well, you have a very inspiring talking and discussion. So it's time to move forward. So I'd like to give the opportunity to say your last thoughts, and already thank you for this inspiring talk. So, Professor Jairo Filho.
So thank you so much for the invitation and for this opportunity. Again, sorry about my English. I didn't know the language of this. So, but I hope you enjoy. I'm available for talking more. Thank you so much.
I ask sorry and congratulations because I advised then this talk is in English about 2 hours ago. So it's my fault. So sorry.
No, this is a problem. This is a problem. Yes, yes, this is very a problem. I driving for here and the middle of the street. Oh, only for you know this is English. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I put the ChatGPT. Let's talk in English. I talk about it and try to make something in the last 1 hour or two. So thank you very much, and sorry for my English, poor English too, and very welcome from people abroad. Thank you. Have a good time in Brazil, I think, and thank you for Brazilian people, and thank you for your organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite you all a coffee break. We will return in 30 minutes with our YouTube broadcast so that we can learn how the Embrace project has impacted each of our institutions. So let's take a rest. we have come to a very very 7. It's very strict time. So I will be here like a clock. Bang! Okay. So okay, welcome that you are watching from your home or for your campus. We are back with a very interesting moment. Personally, I am quite curious to learn about the objective impacts of the Embrace project in each institution. So to do this, we will have a representative for each higher education institution here to tell us a little bit about their journey. So to start, I'd like to invite the IFES representative to talk with us.
Oh, 7 minutes. Okay, thank you, thank you. You pass the slides or not? Okay. I'm slide with my phone. Okay, okay. I need to talk without my glass because I read short parts here, and it's easier to me to read without a glass. Okay, well, good. The first time, good evening, everyone. I like to say it's a good pleasure to stay here, good pleasure to stay in this project. It's a big project. This a good opportunity for our institution, and I try to explain a little bit about the impact because there are many than I talk in a short time. The embrace strengthened internationalization as a structured institutional process. The embrace changed a lot the idea of internationalization in our institution. The internationalization moved beyond mobility initiatives. Increase institutional capacity for intentional project managing, strengthening collaboration between teacher, governance, and international relations, enhance international visibility of IFES within the Erasmus+. It's our first project in the Erasmus+. Clarify the institutionalization innovation ecosystem. It's so important because we have the ecosystem, but it's the first time I try to draw this to understand more about the ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem. In our institutionalization, you have many results. And the results, now it's the other. Okay. In the end of the project, we have a trilingual MOOCs development in trilingual, Portuguese, English, and Spanish. It's the first time you have this kind of MOOC Because in the past you have the one MOOC in English, another in Spanish, and another in Portuguese. But now you have one MOOC, and you can change along the course what language you choose, you like to read or listen. We form 43 professors directly involved in the training activities. It's more than the MOOCs. They course the MOOCs, and we have a orientation how to use this in your own campus. International DigiComp framework, interteacher, we share this information. Adopt the CLIO approach in courses design. It's the first time we really use CLIO in our MOOCs courses. Adapt the Moodle platform to support multilingual courses, the multilingual delivery. And we have two events in the Innovation Polo to share the idea to contact the world of work with the academic, and there are good results. We use the first, we brought 15 engineers from Vale do Rio Doce. It's a company to iron. It's a famous company, big company in Brazil. And 32 professors from IFES. This group stay together and thinking about new projects and the results, the real problem. The second meeting with 17 students, 3 represent Agifes, and 1 de facto. Factor is our foundation to help us to use the money to receive the other companies, not the government, but the private companies and projects like the Erasmus. And with directors, Unimed, it's a big group to health operation, okay? There are more results in our institution. The qualitative impact. This is the quantitative impact, but there are qualitative impacts too. Development of institutional action plans, increase digital pedagogical competencies among the staff, greater awareness of international framework, and stronger collaboration between academic and administrative sectors. Okay, now I'm talking about the sustainable results. How can you continue this? Okay, continue use and update of the MOOCs. Integration digital Compedu in teacher training policies. Institutional committed to multilingual courses development. Now you try to construction more multilingual courses. Strengthened role of Arinter and future Erasmus Plus initiative. Arinter is the sector in IFES responsible to the internationalization. And about the collaboration between us and the Colombia partner, but not only the Colombia partner, it's a collaboration between all the partners. Increase dialogue between Brazil, Federal Institutes, and Colombia partners. We assign some agreements. Joint participation in meeting, workshop, and co-create activities. Strengthened cooperation with associate partners and the work of the world. Exchange of best practice in digital pedagogical and governance. In national developments, in the level of national developments, we will increase visibility of Erasmus Plus capacity build projects in Brazil, strengthening of institutional readiness for international foundation, contribution to discussion of digital teacher competence framework, expansions of international cooperation, culture with the federal network, and embrace networks. the other. Strange long-term cooperation with Europe partners, ongoing dialogue for the future Erasmus Plus proposal, academic collaboration in research and conference participation, potential joint publications, and future mobility initiatives. Ideas for the future collaboration, okay? Development and new Erasmus Plus proposal, strengthening links between education and the world of the world internationally, coil between IFES and EPB in a master courses, and in the end, embrace, create the foundations for sustainable and long-term international cooperation. Thank you a lot for all the partners to help us to construction. It's a beautiful project.
Thank you for short presentation. This beautiful music that you are listening is my clock, okay? So, so now I'd like to invite my partner from EFSP to talk about our results.
I'm going to sit down if you allow me.
Som.
Yeah. Well, just as Marisa said, we are also very thankful for everyone, obviously for all these moments we've been together, sharing and caring, and learning with each other. When I saw this email, these slides, I said, well, let's see what we have here. I think that one of the most interesting impacts for our institution was the ecosystem awareness and strengthening. I mean, our being aware of the need to have a very well organized and updated ecosystem available for everyone. That's one thing that's very interesting for us as well. That's a nice impact for our institution. And also, looking at the dropout rates we have in our institution, that's another thing that we're going to kind of focus on either individually in our different company and as well, and also in the whole institution. Coming back to, getting back to this student-centered, not method, but student-centered perception that we have to teach to them. That's something we discussed in the morning. And after lunch, I was talking to Louise about that again. Student centering is important. And also the connectivity with stakeholders is another impact that we consider very relevant for our institution. I don't know if you can move ahead. The next slide, please. Yes. The training of teachers via MOOC is another very interesting result we had. Not as much as we wanted to have achieved, but we managed to have some teachers participating, and we do understand that this is going to impact positively our students. And again, the idea here is to think about reducing dropout rates in our institutions. And again, this is something I have discussed sometimes with Josara about competence-based learning, which is something that's a very not complicated, but difficult topic to address in our institution. But this is something I guess we are better prepared to discuss this with our friends there. If we talk about sustaining results, next one slide. Next, please. Yes, the sustaining result, I think the ecosystem, again, our OIE, our observatory is going to be something we hope we don't miss the pace and we keep on this work. I mean, last year, 2025, Damiani had started that with a student who was a bursary in his campus. He had a version of it, and we hope we can continue improving our ecosystem. And also the industry ties, because we tend to have it in very specific areas with very specific groups of teachers and courses, but we have to have it. We have to reach other courses and other professors in our campus. That's something we want to sustain as well. The next one, Ricardo. As regards the collaboration between Brazil and Colombia, I think this one is nice because we have been talking. Every time we get together, we from EFSP and our colleagues from Colombia, we discuss how we can collaborate, how we can work more together. We hope all the ideas we have been kind of thinking of, they come about, they happen, both with UTP and Ariandina. So the ties we had with them, I guess it has extended and amplified, and we hope we manage to work together, both for students' mobility and also for teachers' mobility and researchers' mobility. We do want to work together. We want to come back to Pereira, please. So you do your jobs there. We're going to do ours here. In terms of national development, I think that increasing the awareness of Brazilian policies for distant learning education is good. This is something we learned from our colleagues from Colombia. I mean, expanding the access to remote areas. This is something we don't work very much on, but this is something we have to start working on, expanding the access to remote areas. And many of the ideas we have discussed over these years with the Colombian partners resulted in a new project I am involved already, which is expanding technology to indigenous communities in Brazil. Hopefully we're going to start officially mid-2026. And also to some migrant communities we have in Brazil, not only, and I'm saying that these communities are in remote areas because they kind of, the city and the logic of the city puts them in a way in kind of very close communities or even ghettos because of the migration situation. Right? And also another thing that we have to continue working on is this industry and EFSP models. And going ahead into the end, we have the co-creation of projects with Colombian friends on ecosystems because we would like to understand better their ecosystems. We didn't have the chance to work on that together yet, but I think that this is something good. Again, as I said about our observatory, this is an idea that Damiani brought to us, and I myself personally am very interested in fostering this idea within the institution. Is this the song to finish? But this song, but that's different from Marisa's. Can you, no, don't play yours. Don't play yours. My last slide, the final one. Ideas for future collaboration. I don't know. We are very tired with a seminar organization, but maybe a post-project seminar somewhere in São Paulo to discuss what we have when we do finish Embrace in terms of reports and everything, maybe having a seminar at Instituto to talk about this. Extends obviously the work package co-creation labs, everything we learned from you with the World of Work, the WP4. Maybe a new CBHE, now focusing on AI enhanced ecosystems. We can't flee from AI, so maybe that's an idea for future collaboration. right? Thank you very, very much, I can say. And I think that my colleagues, Jussara, Damiani, Paulo, Ricardo, Chris is not here this afternoon, but all of us are very, very thankful to all of you.
Thank you, my buddy. Now, Ariandina.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I don't know, works? Yeah. Okay, just we are going to try to be shorter than the other ones. And in this case, we are just want to make some sense about 4 important points for us. So the first one, it's probably the things that we have or we are going to do with all the partners. So the first one is the investment or the research projects that we have for the future. In this case, we have 3 bigger projects where you can find many partners of your institutions. In this case, first one is with Inés and Vera. The other one is with Damione, and the other one is with Rubens. I know that this university is already set, but we want to explain just a little bit more. In the second place, we have the 3 MOOCs. As the other universities said, we have the trilingual MOOCs, one in English, one in Spanish, and one in Portuguese. It's for open access, and they are going to be available on the second semester of the year. It's a model that Ariandina used for the MOOCs, 48 hours approximately, and we take all the informations that you start to build on the process for the project. So this is one of the things that it's really important. The third one, it's the work that we made with the students, because as we already know, the students are part of the project, are the most important part of the project. So in this case, we have something like 80 students that have the capacities to make the things and work with the stakeholders, and something like 30 projects that the students made in this process for capacities. The fourth, it's the strengthening of the cooperation. As all the universities know, the cooperation works when we found an ally to make all those kind of projects that we think, but with the cooperation we have this space to make all we want. So we are trying to sign agreements, thank you, agreements with all the universities and all the institutions, and we want to plan with you to the future other kind of projects, the biggest projects for sure, with other countries too. So we are really open. And now we are going to talk about the page. Yes.
Hello, everyone. This is the data about the website. We had 106 publication posts of all universities. The website was made with in 3 languages: English, Spanish, and Portuguese. All the articles are in the 3rd language. We have 26 comments in all the articles. but this how is the name? Tutoría con IA. I don't know. I don't remember the title in Spanish. Sorry, in English, but this was the most popular in the visitors with 26 interactions. The country with more visitors was Brazil, and the people visit our page with computers, mostly with computers. All this data, all this data is since the last 90 days, because the tool with I make the measure of all of this data only covered that time, but the average is the same. The average since the beginning of the project is the same until now. Thanks.
In Spanish, traffic for vehicle in the street, and web is the same word. In Brazil, it's different. In Brazil, is tráfico, no tráfico. Entonces, aclaro, it's clearly is different. This word is the information in the web. Visit and download information, search, download information, our web page embrace. Additionally, we have participation direct in 3 projects. At future, I conversation with IFSP for construction programmer specializates and create course MOOCs, and Ariandina have development instructional model for your virtual course. Is excites, pardon, is successful in other university with friends of Ariandina. Our virtual model is very special, and 3 types or kinds of model for interactive with a platform in the web, and formal course, virtual education, MOOCs, and a platform for support presential course. Ariandina have the 3 models, and share with IFP conversation with that. Rubens, Christian, about this model. It work together for transfer this technology. Thank you.
Okay.
Start. In this case, I don't talk about this presentation only page for page now. I some resume. Embrace arrived to the just time for UTP. UTP is a traditional university, presential university, face-to-face education. But the virtual education has relegated only to support to the presentiality and another some courses of extension course or some course general course about maybe national constitution, for example. But the virtual education is not the goal for us. But we have a new realities. We have suffered in Colombia, maybe in Brazil too. We have a syndrome as the chairs empty because some programs don't reach the all students arrive at the new students enrolled. No, it's normal for medicine, maybe industrial engineering too, but many programs don't reach the complete the course because the young people today want be TikToker, Instagrammer, but study at the university for years, 5 years. Oh, no, it's difficult. And the methodology presented the idea of working on projects based in the design-based solution has been delivered to teachers through MOOCs. In our case, you show no problem. The CRIA is my office. UTP is a regional node to align to the application of the knowledge received in this project was important for us because before the embrace, UTP participated in many Erasmus projects, but only how beneficiary partner, but not directly. After the embrace, we have 4 projects in Erasmus Plus. In one that we are the coordinators, but this experience learning to UTP administrative, personal administrative, and leaderships is possible. Collaborate is possible. Participate in international projects. This experience was enrichment for us. Results of the institution. The MOOCs was integrated in a diplomate. In this moment, everything teacher can access to the diplomate include 3 MOOCs. Everything, and include another tools, for example, AI, including this course, but it's part of the development plan to forms of the formation of the teachers at the university. Is incorporating this part. We have the model is included. We in this moment we work with the postgrade because undergrad is more legal is more is more hard modificate, but with the postgrade including some course where co-creation methodology introduce new models, change the curriculum, and for the projects with the students, and across this project affect to the enterprise because in this moment we work with the postgrad, but we want include to the undergrad. Is the project in this moment we are working to the vice president this academic vice president, is our boss, and is convinced this is the way. Next. Sustaining results. We have the purpose and the continuous. This is the project. This is the event Inspira. It's annual meeting, and one result of this project was the best result of the embrace was to get us to know each other better. Voy a decirlo en español. Una de las cosas que más nos ayudó con Embrace fue que nos obligó a nosotros como UTP a conocernos mejor. Nos llevó a mirar qué teníamos, nos llevó a entender incluso nuestra institución. Somos una institución grande, pues tenemos 18,000 estudiantes, son más de 5,000 personas que trabajan y no nos conocíamos. Y Embrace nos obligó para responder a muchas de las preguntas que nos hacían, a conocernos mejor y a diseñar una estrategia para convertirnos en un verdadero ecosistema, sobre todo en el área de relacionamiento con las empresas. Como les decíamos siempre, cada quien lo hacía. Hay una vicerrectoría que lidera, que establece una línea, que establece unos parámetros, pero no puede hacerlo, pero en este momento encontramos una forma de hacerlo. Ya, por ejemplo, algo que no hablamos hoy, tenemos una plataforma en la cual las empresas se registran para solicitar aprendices. Y también allí mismo los estudiantes pueden buscar. Y tenemos otras formas de hacerlo. Entonces, realmente la universidad, las preguntas que nos han hecho, lo que nos han hecho examinarnos, nos ha llevado a revisarnos para transformarnos. Y eso yo creo que es uno de los mejores resultados del proyecto.
Please, IPB, join us.
I only have one slide. Could you please? Okay. For sure, we internationalize our innovating ecosystem with your help, with you, okay? And this internationalization planning to continue. How we will continue that? We already have some delegations visiting IPB, and it's very important to maintain the contact, to meet, and to share our experience, our labs, our practices. With visitor professor, we already have two. One was Josara, and another one is George, the king. He is now in Portugal. And when that professors come to IPB, of course, there's impact because they share with us their practices, their knowledge, their suggestions. Josara teach in the STIG Technology School, but also work with us, a community of practices in challenge-based work with companies and external stakeholders. So to receive visitor professors, of course, impact on us. And today and yesterday, we continue our network, and we intend to receive more professors from Embrace Project, and all of you will be very welcome. Yes, we have now a research project with Ariandina, Eduardo, Monica, and we try to help them with their master and work in the context with all external community. We are working in agreements for World of Work Cooperation, proposing internship for students from Brazil or from Colombia. We are working in a COIL, collaborative online international learning. And this is a collaboration. Students and sharing teachers. And maybe in the future we can develop a double curriculum in the area of education. So we are starting. So our collaboration doesn't finish here. We will start and going further with our network, our collaboration, and we have lots of projects in mind. Of course, this impacts on us. This is about people. We already said that here, and maintaining connections and try to visit our labs, share our practice. We can improve our innovation learning ecosystem, okay? And we want to have you all helping us to improve it.
Thank you, Hank, for now. Please welcome.
Okay, so the overall impact at our institution is, of course, the contribution to the general discussion on teachers' digital competence development, and also how we can provide different kinds of support services for our teachers to learn these competencies. Yesterday in our another event, I was showing a picture of the world map, and where we have different kinds of capacitation projects dealing with teachers' competence development and educational development. So these HUMC global projects is one way that we can utilize the MOOCs with different kinds of partners globally, of course, especially in Latin America, but we can use the MOOCs also in other continents. And then this world of work, collaboration and ecosystem development initiated a process where we also needed to somehow illustrate our processes and how they are interlinked, as Marise was also saying in their presentation. So this work was initiated in the project, and now we have first version of this illustration that we can work on, and then it's easier for us to explain to different stakeholders what we are actually doing. And I raised here one result, which is related to actually what we have been doing in the project, which is the management part of this capacity building for higher education project. So of course we have increased our competencies in these management processes. And also this was the first Latin America project for our HUMC Edu research. So they have expanded their network with this project as well. And about the sustaining the results, what we have been discussing with Hanna, for example, what are kind of our lessons learned from this process is that the way we were implementing things, for example, the scalability of the teacher training processes and And these kind of concrete elements that was embedded into the training process as well gave us a feeling that this is a very good and functional, efficient way of designing projects in the future as well, and that they create a better impact. Also, inclusive project management, we have 3 languages that we are working with. We also have other types of inclusiveness elements in our project. So how to manage an inclusive project is also one thing that we can take away from this. And this is something that I'm trying to write before the end of the project so that we have a publication out of this as well. And of course, creating new initiatives to keep this network alive. And as has been said previously, HAMC has had quite strong collaboration with Brazil for a long time, but with Colombia we haven't had previous projects together, so it's very nice that we had a chance to get to know your context and widen our network to Colombia as well. And of course, we realized that with IPP, we have very similar profiles, and hopefully there will be different kinds of things that we can do together in the future. And then also we have met a few experts from other countries through these projects, professor from Bolivia and also from Panama. So these are also very nice additions to our network. National development has been more focused on this project management aspect. So we have this network of coordinators of similar kinds of projects in Finland, which is operated by our Finnish national, help me Hanna, Finnish agency, yes. So they organize different kinds of events for the coordinators where we can share our experiences from our projects, both the management side, but also the content side. And of course, now also with the embassy, this is strengthening our collaboration as well. And regarding the network, there are 2 proposals that we have been working with some of the partners. One has been submitted already to the Erasmus Plus capacity building for higher education call this year. This was about teachers' use of AI and how they do it in a pedagogically purposeful way, and how they operate in these AI-rich environments. And the initial idea came from IFES for this, but we agreed that we will lead the preparations of the proposal, and IFES is one of our partners, but we are aiming for this cross-regional project, which means that we are going to have, if we get funding, partners from Asia, Central Asia, Latin America, and Europe. And then we have another ongoing proposal process with Ariandina related to this Team Finland knowledge that Johanna was talking about in her opening words. So this is a small project, also including a Mexican partner that Ariandina has been collaborating already a long time. And that will be submitted at the end of April. And we don't have maybe so concrete ideas at the moment, but we are willing to discuss with any kinds of project ideas with all of the Embrace partners. Maybe specifically educational pedagogical development is something that we are interested in, and teachers' professional development, of course. and research as well. But we are also open for field-specific project ideas in the future. So we are more than happy to collaborate within this network and with all the partners. And then also with IPP, we have already discussed about Horizon and other opportunities. So I hope this will somehow become concrete as well. That's it.
Sorry. I'm so ashamed. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry. Yeah. So now we have UFABC, and you have a little more time. Actually, not, because I have so much more to say. But okay.
I have just 10 minutes for 2 presentation. Oh my God. I will do my best. But thank you very much to have me here. And I'm here to represent all our team from FABC. Yes, and this is our team. So I would like very much to bring them because some of them are not able to be here. And without people, we don't have a team and we don't have a project. So this is our team as well, our tutor and also collaborators. The overall project, we have raised awareness among UFABC managers about the importance of supporting, foster, sustain, and transform teaching and learning at our institution. We support also individual professional development with the training tutor that we have in Embrace. Also, we encourage the integration of teaching, research, and outreach when it comes to WOP4 about World of Work. And also we enable the establishment of network of professional learning community at UFABC when we come together with this big group. Also, we strengthen internationalization at UFABC to the Embrace because this was our 30 project regard in the context of Erasmus+. So we was working with WOP1, where we have our managed team, and of course, the 4 people that work in here have developed their skills and competence when it comes to quality management and also to select indicators so that we can measure the impact that we have in the project. Go ahead. And here, teacher, we decided to bring some numbers. So we have 80 staff participation, the national mobility going to Vitória in Brazil, 22 teachers and staff actually participation in the MOOCs, and 22 UFABC staff took place in teacher training when it comes to HUNC trainee and also MOOC. And after the launching the MOOC, of course, we have more people from FABC and also from external community. Regarding management, we have invited more 110 managers from FABC. 15 managers confirmed the presence at the workshop, and 9 was attending the 4 or 5, I forgot, the workshops. And also we have 4 FABC members going to Finland to this training regarding leadership and management. And we develop 1 chapter from the book regarding guidelines so that UFABC can foster, sustain, and transform the teacher and learning higher education. Here we have the results for WOP4, but telling in general, we have
7 external agents that took part in the learning ecosystem. It was very interesting because we have 2 municipality startups, hospital and industry as well. So it was a very big experience. We have 60 students taking this kind of experience, and we have evaluated them, and it was a very good impact so that they can have this experience to work with staffs from the industry, the companies in municipality as well. And we will write something about that in the near future. Regarding WAP 5 is too much thing, but I just will summarize. We have write 21 articles, technical dissemination. We have present Embrace in Portugal as well, in Lisbon University. We have write in Pesquisa UABC. We have done podcasts as well, and go on. Also, we have represented Embrace in Uruguay, and we have participation in 3 chapters books, and also represent Embrace in Unicamp here in Brazil, present some results. Go ahead. Collaboration with Brazil, Colombia, Finland, and Portugal, because it's not just collaboration between Brazil and Colombia. We have this full project with 5 countries. So we have renewed the agreement, the correlation agreement with HANC, and also we have made new agreement with all of you, and we are running with Marisa, Instituto Federal of Espírito Santo. And national development, we have dissemination and try to align national priorities on digital transformation and education. And we have made some networks that we didn't have done before in our university, and develop a joint project proposal. Actually, we are planning to develop joint projects for Erasmus Plus this year. And also we will try, because we tried 2 years ago, the Universal Call, so this year we will try again. Any ideas for the future? Of course, continue this collaboration. The project didn't finish here. We know that we'll have more impacts ahead, and also we can build different kind of collaboration. Not just with all these universities that are here, but we want to improve and have more partners from Brazil and also other countries. Well, this is the second presentation. I will try to be fast. Yes, this presentation is regarding the quality plan. So FBC took a very important role in this project, and we have our management, quality management that is not here. Alain, it's very hard to represent him, but I will try my best. And also we have Denise that are here with us, Giovanni and Graciele in the end of the project. And also we did this quality plan because we have the aim to ensure effectivity project governance, straight teacher design competence in our universities, improve institutional management capacity, expand education industry collaboration model, and also guarantee sustainability and impact. So in order to do that, we have to come up with some indicators. So we research some European documents, and also we meet with all the collaborations here to come up with indication that could be used during the project, so that we can evaluate what was the initial scenario and also what was the final scenario. So we did a methodology to evaluate this impact, and we use quantitative strategy and also qualitative. And the strategy was to have the initial state of art of all the institution, and then in the end of the project, measure what was the impact. So we use these 3 methodologies. So quantitative, we use statistics analysis,
and a qualitative use content analysis by Bardin, and discovery analysis by Foucault. And we analyze all these results with these methodologies. Go ahead. Well, the findings in WAP1 is that we have 90% of the agreement that the quality plan was very important to measure this impact, and the quality culture in the final thing regarding WAP1 was that we realized all the activity that we have planned in the previous project. And also I think we have done more, as we have promised 1 MOOC and we had 3 MOOCs. Regarding WAP2, it was the engineer of transformation and focusing training teacher and leading the digital era. So we have a 92 improvement in digital pedagogy competence. I'm talking about all the university here. And we have the increase of competence and ability to how we use the virtual learning environment. So the impact here in WAP2 was the teacher moved from learning tools to design digital learning experience. The WAP3 was regarding training management to leadership. So in the end, we have 5 workshops, and we developed a guideline that become a book regarding the digital pedagogy transformation. And the impact of this work package was that we sensibilized managers about their role in the institutional transformation. And of course, we have more changes going on. So I think in the future, we can have more actions between all the institutions. Regarding the World of Work package, we focus on this relation between the ecosystem that involve institutions, society, the world of work. And the key metrics that we have is that 84% that agreement on importance of the cooperation. And we spend all the institutions that take part in this WAP, spend this ecosystem working with industry or world of work and so on. And the impact was very positive and give a broad innovation ecosystem for all the institutions that have participated in this WAP. And the last but not least, we have the impact dissemination. We enhance our visibility of the Embrace project and also of all the institutions that are involved in this project. As we saw, we have some Chinese and United States going to the site and trying to looking for what we have done in this project. So we try to maximize the project visibility with the site and also with publication. So we have in general in the project, as we see that Arandina was talking about, that we have published in our own institution, but we have published also in external agents. So that is it, 10 minutes, I don't know, but thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigada. And kiitos paljon.
Well, in Portuguese, we have a saying, everything that is good must come to an end. We are reaching the conclusion of the stage of the Embrace project. To wrap up our activities after so much inspiration and good food, of course, I invite my partner from the Federal Institute of São Paulo, Professor Rubens de Sá, for the final remarks and the official close of this seminar.
Oh, but you
get this picture from? I was just saying that this part was not planned, was it? Yeah, AI planned. Well, I just would like to say thank you very, very much to everyone who collaborated. In a way, some did collaborate with us from EFSCP a lot, others a bit less, according to the circumstances, to the needs, and to the course, obviously. But we would like to thank everyone. From the EFSCP team, we had some meetings, we had to discuss things, and it was nice because every time we got together, we did get to an agreement, and we tried to make this as simple as possible because we knew we didn't have much time. The budget was in the end, so we had to do it. I hope you have all enjoyed not only the final event, the accommodation, the food, the company, São Paulo, though it's quite rainy these days, but we still have some time to enjoy São Paulo for some of you. Thank you very, very much. One thing I found during these days, especially this week, is that Maria is a teacher because she delivered lots of homework to me. Every time I met Maria, she said, homework. But it's nice. It was very, very nice. I have to say that it was very, very nice to work closely with Maria because she has an amazing brain. She never misses anything. And I think that without the help of Maria and obviously from everyone, we would have missed some important details. And it was very good to work with this group of people. Thank you. I have seen from the presentations that we have many projects on the way. We hope they all come to a concrete action, and we hope to see you again in other opportunities if possible. Thank you very, very much. Damian did this way, which means go home. No. Yeah, a picture with everyone. That's it. The final picture. Thank you, George, King George. Thank you for reminding us. Huh? Huh? É verdade. Marisa said that King George, the King George #1 is in Portugal. Here we have King George #2. Yeah. King George the son.